Excellent. Exciting match. Ended with a 2-wicket victory for Papua New Guinea. 3 balls to spare. Cracking game of cricket here on Monday. And there we can see the change in the Papua New Guinea side with a new cap being awarded there. So very happy to see that. And always a nice little presentation. Hiri Hiri there, the new cap in the Papua New Guinea side coming into the team. That's the one change. He's playing in place of Vani Maria, who's been left out of the side today. The one change for Papua New Guinea, just the one change for them, and Nepal are unchanged, having lost narrowly in that first game. They've won the toss again here this morning, so decided to bat, and we're going to see Anil Mandal on strike. Now he's going to want to do a little bit better, in fact a good deal better than he did on Monday when he was LBW first ball. So we'll be hoping that doesn't happen to him again here. With that's his opening partner, Subhash Kokral. Very good half century in that opening game. So maybe want to score a little bit quicker than he did on Monday. But if he can bat for a long time through this innings, then that'll be very important for Nepal, who say the home side. They're of course playing on at a neutral venue here in Abu Dhabi, and they're opening the bowling for Papua New Guinea. Of course, is Norman Vanua. Bowled a very good opening spell. Got a little bit of movement early doors on Monday rather. Be looking for something similar. So here we go, World Cricket League, the second match between Nepal and Papua New Guinea, and that's better than he did in the first game. He's survived that delivery, and nothing worse than getting a first ball duck, although it's a different game of cricket, of course, almost like being on a king pair. Feel better for surviving that first delivery. Will Mandel. Vanua again. Bowls outside the off stump, going further away. Have a look at the umpire. Maybe he's just got away with that one. Because that was wide and going further away. But no run yet. So 2 deliveries have gone. Another lovely morning here. This is the time of year when you can get a little bit of rain. Vanua bowls, and he's got him again for the second time in two matches. Mandel goes for a duck. Again he goes LBW to Vanua, and what a start again. 0 for 1 for the second time in these 2 matches, and off he walks, Mandel. And well, the umpire had a little doubt there. If you're going to miss a straight one, let's have a look at this again. On the stumps, absolutely straight as a die, and I think we could have all given that one. And Mandel LBW Vanua for naught, and it's Groundhog Day for Anil Mandel as he walks off the pitch here. Would you believe it? Came into this match in great form, 71 against the Pakistanis in a warm-up game, but gone here for, well, he'll feel like that's a pair. Okay, I know we say 2 different matches, but that's a very disappointing start for The openers, well, they haven't had an opening partnership at all, have they? Sagapun on his way in. And, well, there he is taking guard. I think we can see he's taking a leg stump guard there. Very good shot. Oh dear, he's moving over to middle now. Where is he? He's got it right. Middle guard for Sagapun. Can't make your mind up. He's out there. Well, he was out there for the second ball on Monday. He's out there for the fourth ball today. And that's what you need from your opening bowler. An early strike. And again, that has been supplied for Papua New Guinea by Norman Vanua. Doing just what his captain wants. And let's see what he can do with in bowling to Sagapun. And there's, well, he tried to leave that delivery, got a little edge down to third man, and he's off the mark. And so Nepal 1 for 1 in the first over. So there we go. Mandal, LBW, bowled Vanua. Where have we heard that before? 2 days ago. Hot day here. One for one. Somebody moving behind the screen. There's probably only about 50 people in the ground at the moment, and still one soul has managed to move behind the screen at the far end. Bit of a delay whilst Corcoral takes guard. In fact, an umbrella's fallen down at the far end there. Delaying proceedings at the moment. Other bits and pieces being moved. We're playing on a strip that's probably 5 or 6 along from the pitch we played on Monday. First ball is just defended there by Corcoral. No run there. This is another good start by Papua New Guinea. They'll know on this ground that maybe 230, 240 is chaseable. Anything above that would be a challenge. A full pitch delivery and another LBW. Both openers have gone in the first over. Both openers have gone for ducks. What a start. A double wicket opening over from Norman Vanua. I've got to say that looked close. And, well, Corcoral, who made that half century in the first game, on his way. 1 for 2. Here we go. Let's look at this again. It's well pitched up. It's absolutely straight. And you've got to say, again, that's hitting the top and middle stump. On your way, Subhash Corcoral. And he's gone for a duck as well. What well, I don't know what sort of start this is for Nepal. When they won the toss here this morning, they would have been looking to get a score, well, perhaps a little bit better than the 232 they got on Monday. If you offered them that now, then I think they'd very much take it. But here's a man who can make a difference with Malla coming out to bat. Jamenda Malla. And Chad Soper going to open the bowling from this grandstand end, from the end where the dressing rooms are. And he'll be, well, an opening bowler normally expects to bowl to an opening batsman, but he's got number 3 and number 4 in there at the moment. So, what a start this is for Papua New Guinea. Nepal, who won the toss, 1 for 2. Both openers back in the hutch. We've only had 6 deliveries. Nepal in a hole they're going to have to dig themselves out of. Got the batsman to do it, of course. Malla very good player, good man to dig them out of a hole. Sagapon at the other end, reliable too. These two both got into double figures on Monday. Sagapon making 10, Mala 23. The skipper, Paris Kadka, due in next. In comes Soper, first delivery outside the off stump. Might just get away with that one. Yeah, it was wide, but the umpires decided to give the benefit of the doubt there. So a steady opening delivery, a little bit of movement. Chad Soper was probably the pick of the bowlers, certainly early on for Papua New Guinea in that first match. Got a little bit of movement, didn't really get the reward perhaps that he deserved in that game. He did though get rid of Sagapon, who he's bowling to now. So 1 for 2. Soper. That's just defended back down the pitch, and this is what they're going to have to do here to just well, steady the ship, get things back on an even keel. That really is 2 body blows in the first over. There's the very orthodox field for Soper. Couple of slips catching as he bowls, and that goes to second slip, who gets a hand on it, can't prevent the single. There's a bit of hand clapping going on there and a bit of encouragement. 2 for 2. There's the bowler, plenty of sun cream on there for Chad Soper. And that means Mala takes his guard. Number 4 batsman facing the third delivery, or rather the fourth delivery of the second over. Soper de Mala. Nice looking shot that through the offside. Runs here for Nepal. Will that just get out to the boundary? Desperate chase out there for Lega Siaka. Knocks it back in, and there's a comfortable couple of runs there. In fact, they got back for the third. And just over pitch there, and a nice bit of placement. A despairing dive, but a comfortable 3 runs in the end, and that'll feel good for Mala. Soper again, and he'll be pleased with that. Not over pitch that time, and that's just a quiet push from the batsman. They must not lose another wicket at this stage, Nepal. So Soper then to finish his first over. That's on the legs, just turn quietly to square leg, and there is no run there. So 2 overs bowled. Nepal 5 for 2. Mala 3 runs, Pun 2, and that's enough to tell you that the openers have both gone for ducks. Mandau for a third ball duck, and Corkerell also falling. Same over to Norman Vanua, who's going to bowl here again. The danger man as far as Nepal are concerned. Taking his What's he going to do here? Bowling to Malu, hits that one on the up. Lovely shot that through the offside. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Will it get there? I think it will. Just despairing dive, but it is indeed 4 runs. Hit this one on the top of the bounce. Look at that again, standing up straight. Lovely shot that. Square of the wicket. No doubt that was going to be a boundary once it reached, or once it got past the out there into the distance. Despairing dive from Charles Amini, but I think the ball was already in the rope, more for show than anything else. Just a single this time. Vanuatu over pitching, and well, Mala's off to a cracking start. 8 runs from 3 balls. Keeps going at that rate. Nepal will get a cracking score. Two slips, waiting for a little tickle there. No run this time. Sagapun, who's starting in a more sedate way. There's Charles Amini, the leg spinner. He bowled just the 1 over on Monday. Be looking to bowl a few more today. Did play an important role with the bat though. Quick single into the leg side. So the scoreboard ticking for Nepal, but also the wicket tally ticking for Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea looking to record back-to-back victories after that narrow win on Monday, driven firmly up to mid-on. And there we are, look, in the commentary position. Myself, David Townsend. No Brian Murgatroyd today, but as ever behind us, the great man himself, Mr. David Jukes, the match referee, busy at work. He might be signing an autograph or two, though. He does get many requests. Vanuatu bowls again, and that's pushed to the onside. Quick single. Through comfortably enough. So Nepal on to 12 for 2 at the end of that 3rd over. Mala going along very nicely indeed, very quickly. Managed to find the middle of the bat early on, something that the Nepal openers didn't do. Pretty orthodox field for Soper. Couple of slips, 3rd man. Backward point, cover. Wideish mid-off, mid-on. Square leg and out to long leg. Soper bowls there, and that's pushed backward a square. And there is no run. So hectic start, both games. Seen wickets in the first over, 1 on Monday, 2 today. 2 LBW decisions. And, well, 2 noughts in the 2 games for Anil Mandal, who was the man in form coming in to the matches for Nepal. On the mark there from Soper. He certainly impressed with his opening spell. on Monday, getting a little bit of shade from the board. Doesn't seem to be as much movement today. Certainly early on. Very straight approach. And again, as you can see, just a little bit of shape away from the batsman. But really nothing to worry. In Mendramala. Nepal number 4. Stylish batsman. "25-year-old. And there we see again a nice flowing drive, quick run, a shot at the stumps, good backing up. But I think comfortably enough through there. Mid-off is deep and fairly wide. Had to open his body up to shot at the stumps as well. Running certainly better so far today for Nepal. Sagapun on strike. There's no much of the bowling since he's come in. That ball just striking him on the pad. No question of a run there. Papua New Guinea are, as you would expect, on their toes in the field, G'd up. Be delighted with this start. But delivery again, just coming in, a quick call, and again a very cheeky single there. Good running from Sagapun. And just push that into the onside. Scampered through for the single, keeps the strike as well. Have a look here. Possibly shouldn't have been a run there. Not sure what square leg was doing. Well, he's back on his toes a bit, wasn't he? And in the end, a very comfortable run. Good running. Takes the strike as well. Old professionals trick that, taking a run off the last ball of the over. Experienced players will tell you don't score runs at the non-striker's end. Sagapun driving that quietly up to mid-off. No question of a run there. I know we have many viewers around the world. You told us where you were in the first game on Monday. We had a total, believe it or not, of 43 different countries. This ball striking pun on the pad, but that one going well down the leg side. Just half an appeal, really. Bit of excitement from behind the stumps. There are the umpires for this game. Of course, you have a home umpire for Nepal, who's Buddha Pradhan, and there's his partner Ravindra Salari. So they've got the officiating to do out there. There he is. That's the neutral umpire, Mr. Ravindra Salari. He's from Sri Lanka. And the home umpire, Buddha Pradhan, the Nepal umpire. This is a home game for Nepal, of course. There's terrible disaster that hit Nepal in April, meaning that at the moment they're not playing games at home. Up on his toes, plays that to backward point, no runs there. So this a home game, Papua New Guinea over here to play Afghanistan, who also play their home games in the United Arab Emirates. They're here to play a 4-day Intercontinental Cup match. And of course, having travelled this far, they can fit in these 2 World Cricket League matches against Nepal. Vanua tucks him up. Good bowling. So after that rather frenetic start with 2 wickets and a boundary from Malla, we've got a little bit of a quieter period here with Sagapun just taking things quietly, consolidating. Cannot afford any more wickets at this stage. Full ball, just played wide of mid-on, comfortable single there. And again Pun steals the bowling at the end of the over. I think his batting partner's going to come down and have a few words there and say, oh, what's all this run at the end of the over? Sagapun will probably tell him, well, you don't score any runs at the non-strikers then. 4 runs from 15 balls. And he's obviously going to have to up that rate a little bit. Here's Sagapun. Soper starts his new over, and that worked away very fine. He's going to pick up, I think, about good bit of fielding down there. That long leg restricts them to 2 runs, so worked away nicely. Looks all the world it's going to go for 4, but very good stop indeed down there at long leg. Much better running between the wickets so far today from the Nepalese batsman. A lot of uncertainty early on Monday. Oh, across his stumps there, pushed into the onside again. No problem getting through for a single. So Nepal slowly recovering from that awful start. Malla on to 11, Sagapun 8. Soper not getting the movement that he might expect early on this morning. This game starting at 9:15. Gets dark here pretty early in Abu Dhabi. So they brought the start forward 15 minutes. Up on his toes, plays that to back for point, no run there. Just to give that little bit of scope at the end of the day. If there are delays, if hopefully no injuries or anything like that, but you can have a delay for an injury, you can have a delay for, well, all sorts of things. So we just need those few extra minutes at the end of the day in case there is a hold up somewhere along the line. Unlikely to be any rain today. That's a wide, yeah. Just on the limits of what's allowed, that one, or just past. and another run to the total for Nepal. So we have false start there from Soper. Here he goes again to finish his third over. Short ball, and Sagapun didn't quite get over the top of that, but safe enough. He got it past square leg, and it's away for one run. And again, he's taken a single off the last ball of the over, so keeps the strike again. The Nepal number 3. For those of you who've just joining us, where have you been? Again, perhaps you thought it was a 9:30 start. Maybe the Nepal openers thought it was a 9:30 start, because they certainly weren't at the races at 9:15. Both going in the first over. LBW to Norman Vanua, who's going to now bowl his 4th over. 2 wickets for 1 run in that first over. Both openers out for ducks, both LBW. Here he is, the wicket taker. No success since, and well, there's not a lot of, doesn't appear to be a lot of movement there. So Nepal, despite that poor start, would be looking for a pretty decent score, you would think, here at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium. Those of you listening around the world, you want to get in touch, that ball's in the air, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, you've got to say there that was definitely a chance with John Reaver coming in from third man. He went for it, and well, I suppose in batting terms he's yorked himself though. He's come in to get that, tried to get under it, and the ball's gone through him to the boundary, but a bit of luck there for Sagapun. We'll have a look at this again, and that's he's gone for the drive. He's got it in the air. It's gone all the way down there to it's come in there. Look, and as I say, it's just he's just hasn't quite reached it, and the ball's gone through for 4 runs. A bit of fortune there for Pun. He moves on to 13, and he wants a run there, and that's the first bit of indecision we've seen this morning. A lot of that on Monday, but they've obviously talked about that. They're the Nepal players. Shakti Gochan there, who only bowled 7 overs on Monday. We talked a lot about that on Monday. We're not going to talk a lot about that again today, but why on earth? He's the star man and didn't bowl 3 of his overs, and such a close game. I think words might have been said about that afterwards as well. That next delivery played quietly into the offside. You want to get in touch today? Please send us a tweet. Hashtag it with hashtag WCLC. We've already got 1 or 2 coming in there. Sujan is watching for Burkina Faso, so I think you were with us as well on Monday, weren't you, Sujan? Thanks very much for tuning in, and let's hope we're going to see a really cracking game. Pull shot there in the air, but 1 bounce down to long leg for a single. 2 very equally matched sides here, as we saw on Monday when there was just 2 wickets, 3 balls in the game. I think I said when we were talking with Brian Murgatroyd on Monday that I could see these 2 games finishing 1 each. Well, Nepal will have to get some runs on the board today if they are going to record their first win in this World Cricket League. That ball's again pushed to mid-wicket, again good running, so I think maybe Nepal have identified that when they did the post-mortem of this that first match. Maybe they missed a good few runs between the wickets with some indecision. But we certainly picked up far more runs and run far better between the wickets so far today. Mind you, one of the men who was responsible for a fair bit of that indecision running, Subhash Corkerell, he was out in the first over, so maybe that's made a difference as well. Soper again bowls, and again a little push into the onside, again through for a run, and a little bit of football going on there. I don't think that's going to work from. Here we go again. Now that's good running. You push the ball into the onside, never any hope of the fielder getting to that, and in the end he just does a little bit of the David Beckhams and kicks it past the post. Pushed down to third man this time, and another easy single. So these runs ticking over for Nepal, and they'll be pleased with the way these two are recovering from that very poor start. So not as much movement this morning. I'd suggest that we'll see at least the 232 that Nepal managed in the first game. Maybe a few more. Maybe 250, 260. And now one of the slips has come out to cover that gap at mid-wicket. Good bit of captaincy there by Jack Beret. Identified that area as where the runs are coming from. Soper. That's back to the bowler. No run there. Important game this for Nepal, because you'd have to think if they lose today, it'll be their fourth defeat in the first 4 matches of this World Cricket League, the ICC World Cricket League. Need to finish in the top 4 of the 8 teams to have a chance of going to the 2019 World Cup. That's wide, and well, I was going to say it got what it deserved. That's a cracking, what a splendid diving stop that is. So there's a die there in the covers, and he got down there very well. Now look at that. That's a flashing drive, and a cracking stop there by Tony Ura. So he'll be pleased with himself. Saving 4 runs there. Next delivery down the leg side, it's given a wide, and they've gone through for a single as well. So just straying. Pretty disciplined bowling so far this morning from Papua New Guinea, but this over, well, he can't be getting tired. It's only his 4th over. Soper maybe just a concentration waving a little bit though. That ball, it's a tight old job for bowlers, isn't it? That was not far down the leg side, probably going over a 4th stump down that side, 5th stump perhaps. But no margin for error. Are we going to see a short ball now? Deep backward square dropped out. Fine leg comes in, but no, it's a good length ball, just ease down to backward point. So another good over for Nepal. Say if let us know where you're watching from on that hashtag. We have The dentist who's been in touch. I have a question. Why Nepal batsmen can't find the gaps? Every shot's going directly to the fielders. Well, to be fair, they have been just pushing it into the leg side, getting singles there, and certainly Maller's found the gaps. He's hit a boundary. Maybe good fielding placing. So, thank you very much for that, the dentist. You haven't told us where you are, but we'll assume you're watching. As indeed is Paris Katka there, with his pads on, the Nepal captain, of course. Where's he watching from? Well, he's watching from the grandstand. Where are the rest of you watching from? Ajay's been in touch from the Lone Star State in Texas. Next delivery is push square of the wicket. No run there. Anup, South Korea. Yeah, I think you were with us on Monday as well, weren't you, Anup? Thank you for your text. And Rupesh is watching in the US as well. Sujan watching from Auckland, New Zealand. Long way away, and I would imagine a nice day there today. Oh, so Vanua gets all the way in and then can't deliver his run. Janek from Warsaw, Poland. He woke up at 6 in the morning to see this match. Oh, well, some of us were up at 6 o'clock in the morning to get here, Janek. So we've all had an early start. 9:15. What sort of time is that to start a cricket match? Quietly pushed into the offside. Having said that, a couple of years ago I did a World Cricket League match down in Namibia that started at 8:30 in the morning. Certainly the earliest I've ever seen a game start. So coming in across the world. Next delivery there is pushed into the offside. David Jukes, our match referee, has just passed me a note saying he once started a game at 7 o'clock in Kuwait. No, I've heard of T20 starting at 7 in the evening, but presumably that was 7 in the morning, David, was it? And he's nodding away there. So thank you very much for that contribution. Hong Kong have won the toss against the UAE in the other game that's going on today, and have elected to bat. Well, that just appeared to stop on the batsman a little bit. I'm not sure. Good half stop by the bowler. Sakar's been in touch, as I said, with Paris Katka, not quite in the form he used to be. Well, that's in pretty good form this summer against Scotland. He reckons that Malo and Viswalka have got a real job to do today. That's played into the onside. Into the 9th over. Nepal now making steady progress after that terrible first over. Santosh has been in touch from Singapore, cheering Nepal. Never give up, he says. Well, no, we certainly don't want to see anybody giving up. Divyamsh from he's another one from America. A lot of people listening in from America. And Believe is saying 250 would be a good score on this pitch. And Nepal, if they get 250, can take the game away from Papua New Guinea. Long way away yet. Super Bowls, again good running, and there's going to be overthrows here. That's going to be a 5. Oh, dearie me. That's gone all the way. And the umpire signals the boundary. That's a total of 5. And as you can see, he's umpire there. Ravindra Salari holding his hand up and signalling that 5. And, well, bonus runs there for Nepal, and a few fans have now made their way into the ground. Delighted with that. You might have heard the cheers on our face. Just pushed quietly into the field, shy at the stumps, nowhere near the stumps. I think you could give a wide for a shy at the stumps. That would have certainly got one. And that's bonus runs there. So Sagapun gets a 5. Super Bowls, and that's more runs there, down to third man, just a single though. Parwan on Twitter, hashtag remember WCLC. He's saying the Nepali batsmen finally seem to have learnt to rotate the strike. Well, we have seen that this morning. Yeah, I've been impressed with that as well. Thanks for that, Parwan. Soper again. That's well pitched up, but nothing there for the bowlers this morning. We saw a bit of away movement for Soper in the first game here, but hardly seems to be any movement for them out there this morning. Nepal need to be more disciplined and mature with their batting, says De Gavane. Thank you for that. That's pitched up and in the air for a little way, but that's not going to get past the fielder there, who's Sesi Bao at mid-wicket. So certainly always get plenty of good advice. Madhav, you're listening from Qatar. Oh, and the dentist has been back in touch. He's listening from Bharatpur in Nepal. That's eased down to long leg for another run from Sagapun. Now, if you were listening in on Monday, you might have heard me say, Soper Bowls here, that's played to square leg, the end of the 10th over. And that's the end of the first power play. So pretty good recovery after being 1 for 2 at the end of the first over. We're waiting for the signal for the umpire to start the second power play. There we go, waving away to us. 38 for 2, and it's going to be Vanuatu to continue. You might have heard me say on Monday that another game I was doing a few years ago, we had a listener from Antarctica. Well, we've got another one today, calling himself Freaky Laif. And that's a single to start the 11th over. So Freaky Laif says he's listening in Antarctica, and he hashtag believe it or not. Well, I'll believe you, but tell us what you're doing down there, Freaky. Can I call you Freaky? Freaky Laif. Thank you very much for that one. And we've got somebody watching from Greece. I don't think we had anyone from Greece on Monday. Certainly we didn't read that one out. No run there. Keep those tweets coming in. We can't read them all out, but we'll certainly, if you put your country on there, We'll try and read the various countries out. We had a total of 43 the other day. We didn't have Antarctica or Greece though, so could do even better today. Fantastic to hear all you supporters. And as we said, Freaky, we want to know what you're doing in Antarctica and whether you're keeping warm down there, whether you can see any penguins where you are. And that's a good shot. He's over the top of that. 4 runs to Mala. Good pull shot through square leg. And that's an excellent boundary. Just what's needed for the Nepalese total. So let's have a look at that again. Just a little bit short. Onto it very quickly though. Good shot. And once that had beaten square leg, that was away to the boundary. That's his second 4. So there we go. Let's see if we can do as many countries today as we did the other day. We'll tick them off as we go. Obviously Nepal and South Korea we've had already, and the USA. Deep square leg, deep backward square leg has gone out to the boundary now to prevent any more 4s going through that area. And well, keep those tweets coming in. Only bowled 5 overs in his opening spell on Monday, but still going. There is Vanua, but there's more runs. Maybe he's tiring a little bit, and that's away to the boundary as well. And there's 4 more runs to the home side, I suppose. I know we're playing on a neutral venue, but Nepal are technically the home side. Let's have a look at this drive. There's over pitch delivery, and Mala certainly onto it. Let's have a look again, and wide width and over pitched, and really that was almost a gimme to a batsman of the class of Gien Mala. Vanua bowls, and he's pulled away again. This time it won't be a boundary because there's a fielder out there at deep backward square leg. Just a single, but not a great over, that one, from a Papua New Guinea point of view. 2 boundaries, and we might have to see a change of bowling from the far end as we know it here. The end away from the Ganstrand. Norman Vanua, he did his job really, taking those early wickets. 2 in the first over. You can't ask for more than that. I know some captains probably would, but excellent start. Both openers going LBW for naught. Since then, though, plenty of recovery. A good recovery from Nepal. And slight variation in tactics here today from Papua New Guinea. Of course, they bowled first in that first ICC Cricket World League match here. Bowling first again today. Soper bowls again. He's in his 6th over as well, so the opening bowler's having a bit of a longer stint. Oh, David Jukes, our match referee's got a fan here. Steve has tweeted in to say David Jukes has a nice moustache. That's very kind of you. Well, okay, yes, David, could you turn around and just look towards the camera? We could see that moustache. It's no, he's shy. He's shy. that's pushed backward a square, and there's no run. Very busy man, of course, the match referee. I'm sure that isn't Candy Crush he's got on his computer there. He's very serious, very serious. Soper then. A straight approach. And he did get a bit of movement there, a little bit of swing, and got a leading edge. Hasn't really found that this morning. Good delivery. And did just enough to find a little bit of a leading edge from. A fuller delivery, as you saw there, just did a little bit, didn't it? And an adjustment there, thickish edge into the offside. Bowls again. Played around his front pad a little bit. There did Mala, but he's got away with it. That ball eased out to the man back, saving the boundary now. That deep backward square. Can expect change of bowlers soon, but these opening bowlers have done a pretty steady job for Papua New Guinea. Got rid of the openers and kept Nepal down to around 4 runs per over. As that's again just striking pun on the pads. That's the end of the 12th over. So 49 for 2. We're looking to see. Oh well, we're going to get a predicted change. That was a pretty tired old final over from Norman Vanua, and now it's going to be John Reaver into the attack from the far end. He's having a little chat with Vanua. John Reaver, there he is. The predicted first change, busy little medium pacer. We'll probably see Sessi Bao on at this grandstand end, taking over from Soper. Although Soper just got a little bit of movement in that last over, maybe worth keeping him on for one more. Jack Beret will have to have a word with his bowlers. Bowled 6 overs. Can you bowl another one? We'll see. But here comes the first change of this morning anyway. John Reaver bowls there, and that's on the mark straight away. And no run. Not the quickest of bowlers, and you just wonder whether the keeper wouldn't want to be up to the stumps. I know he stood back on Monday, but bustly little medium pacer. Just doing a little bit with it, putting it there on the spot, but not making any or carrying any great threat. Bowling without a slip. 4 men saving 1 on the offside, plus the third man. 3 saving 1. 3 saving 1 on the onside, and the long leg down there. So there we go. Those are the Reaver bowls, and stepped across his stumps and whipped that away through mid-wicket for 4. Premeditated that. Mala stepping across his stumps and plenty of bottom hand, lifting it over the onside. Very good shot. Let's have a look at this again. He's across his stumps. Can't see from this angle, but away there, decided to find the gap at mid-wicket. And that, of course, has immediately got a response with a man out at deep backward square. Veray is shy at the stumps there. Cheeky little underhand throw at the stumps. And indeed, a little bit underhand move there. Batsman back there. Batsman alert. That next one is just pushed into the offside. So the end of John Reever's first over. Tidy enough, but there was just that one premeditated boundary from Mala. So as we thought, with just that little bit of movement for Chad Soper in his 6th over. We've not seen much of it, but we did see a couple of deliveries just wobble a little bit, and as a result of that, I think Jack Veray has said, stay on, give it another over. Let's see if we can get rid of one of these 2 middle order batsmen or top order batsmen, because they do need a wicket at this stage. PNG and Nepal have recovered well. 1 for 2, now 53 for 2. So up to the stumps now, Veray, and takes that neatly, whips the ball back in towards the stumps. As the umpire was thinking of giving a wide for that, it wasn't quite wide enough. But of course makes the batsman think. Can't stray out of his ground with the keeper there. Possibility of a stumping. That next delivery quietly pushed into the onside. We'll look at your tweets still coming in. Ram is watching from Dubai, having a day off for this special match for Nepal. So thank you for that one, Ram. Next delivery on the stumps again, tucks him up. Good bowling. Pankaj, you're watching all the way from Canada. It's 2 a.m. over there, so bedtime soon. Well, put the alarm on, you can get up for the finish. 5 or 6 hours time. And well done to you. Again, Soper bowls. Again, that's pushed into the offside. Good over this. Keeping it tight. Keep up to the stumps. So, people listening from all over. There's somebody in Huddersfield called Andrew who's complaining about the standard of fielding. Kiran saying Nepal need to show good temperament at this time. Well, they have done that, really. Raj is hoping for a Mala ton. That pushed into the onside by Sagapun. Freaky's been back in touch. Where's my fellow partner? Where's my fellow commentator today? All on my own today, I'm afraid, Freaky, but thanks for your support. Rupesh saying if these two can keep going for 20 to 20 for 20 to 25 overs, Nepal will set a good target. I think that's spot on there, Rupesh. Thank you for that. And Suchit is thanking the ICC for providing this live stream. He's watching from London. Oh. Well done, Suchit. Picked that up. Cracking shot that. Lifted it over mid-wicket. Cracking blow. Right over to the far side, into the fence and bounce back towards the rope. It's there for the shot, but that's smashed over mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. Into the boundary fence. Riva did have a man back there, though the Nepalese fans inside the ground today. That's next delivery pushed into the offside. We haven't got our taxi drivers today. We had a little gang of taxi drivers were with us on Monday. I wonder whether they'll be along later. No doubt as to who those are supporting. Although the guy waving the flag has actually got a yellow and black bobble hat on, so he could change sides halfway through. That's eased down to third man for a 1 run. So looking very good is Mala. Oh, Riva loses his run and aborts that. So Nepal starting to build the base of a very good score here. 2 very good batsmen still to come, of course, in Khadka. Next delivery, see that one? That one's pitched up, pushed back down the wicket. Paris Khadka and Sharad Vesorka coming in at 5 and 6. And everybody can bat in the Nepal team. Pitched up, driven, but no chance of a single. Norman Vanua fielding that. He had a couple of mishaps in the field in the first game. Overpitched and eased away down to third man for 1 run. The fans cheering that one away to our right. So that's the end of the 15th over. With Nepal going along nicely now after that shaky start, very poor start, 2 wickets in the first over. Now we are going to have the first change of bowling from this end, and as we thought, it'll be Sesi Bao. Bowled very, very well on good spell without a lot of luck. Didn't cause problems. Sesi Bao, he pitches up on the spot straight away. First match, Sesi Bao got movement. He bowled 10 overs for 35 runs. If he can do that again today, I think his skipper will be very, very happy. It'll be a good performance on what I think is a better batting track today. I'd like to think Nepal will be getting 260 on here. That was a chance. Pun's hit that very, very hard back to him. He's got a hand to it. He should have held on, I think. Well, Soper's giving him a bit of support. Let's have a look at that again. It's pitched up there. Yes, he's just got a hand out to it. Can't hold on with his left hand, his wrong hand. Let's push square the wicket and shy at the stumps. Nothing going on, backed up. A life then for Sagapun on 24. Will Papua New Guinea live to regret that? Tough chance. Stuck a hand out instinctively, really. This time he's found the gap to the left of backward point. He's down to third man, 1 run. So the Nepal run rate pretty consistent at around 4 and over. 49 for 1 after 10. And now here they are. 62 for 2 in the 16th. Just slowed perhaps a little bit, but next delivery on the stumps. Eased up to wide of mid-on by Mala. And that's going to be drinks then with Nepal 63 for 2 after 16 overs. Mala's on 34. 35 rather. Pun's on 25. We'll take a short break here. We'll be back with you at the end of this drinks break. Well, here we are back after that little drinks break there. The players certainly need a drink on a day like this. So going to continue with Jack Reaver, and it's going to be a wide down the leg side. Batsman topples over, wicket-keeper doesn't take it, umpire outstretches his hands, and that puts Nepal up to 64 for 2, which is exactly 4 runs an over, because technically this 17th over hasn't started yet. I've had a couple of tweets from Sujan, who's saying a lot of people listening in America. Is that because they're really keen, or is there a lot of unemployment over there? This next delivery is pushed into the offside. Thank you for that one, Sujan. You also asked me to provide the missing player's name on Cricinfo, and I've been looking to try and see who it is, but Cricinfo at the moment only listing 10 Nepalese players. Next delivery just pushed quietly out, and maybe it's Urshad, isn't it? Urshad Ahmed's not on there, so he's the 11th player. If anybody listening from Cricinfo wants to update their scorecard, but there you go, Sujan. It's an unchanged side today for Nepal. Just the one change with Hiri making his debut for Papua New Guinea. So Prasanna is saying Nepal are not the kind of team to score 250 plus. Well, they've made a good start here today after that disastrous first over, and you'd suggest they got the base for a pretty good score here, Prasanna. Keep those tweets coming in. Hashtag WCLC, and we'll try and read out as many as we can, and let us know where you're listening from. I think the most exotic location's already been won today by Freaky, who's in Antarctica. I think you'll do well to beat that one for an unusual location, but who knows? We had people claiming to be on the moon and Mars during Monday's game. Reaver keeping it tight after the resumption. Pun not being able to find a way past short extra cover there. A couple of yards either side and there are runs, but pick the fielder out. Ease that one away down to third man. Pick up a single. And that is the end of the over. And once again, Pun's taken the strike. Mala, the more fluent of the two, 36 to him, 5 boundaries. Sagapun's only found the boundary once, and that really was with the aid of the fielder as well. 5 overthrows. So the two of them are going along. And putting together a very useful third wicket partnership here. Sessi Bow to continue. No surprise there. Flicked away off his legs. At least one run. They might think of a second. But not to be. In the other game, Hong Kong against the UAE, the other World Cricket League match being played today. That's being played in Dubai at the ICC Academy. The latest score there after 16 overs is 63 for 1. So very similar sort of scores, but well, 2 wickets have fallen here. So Hong Kong winning the toss there, electing to bat of the ICC Academy. 64 for 1 after 16 overs. We'll keep you updated with that one through the day as well. See how these two teams progress. Who do you think is going to get more runs, Hong Kong or Nepal? Let us know on Twitter. You know the hashtag by now, WCLC. And that's up in the air to backward point. This is going to be a wicket, and it is the end of Jayendra Malla. He went for the shot there. It wasn't there to hit, and he's gone. He'll be annoyed with himself. Maybe the drinks break just disturbed his concentration there, because he'd been batting beautifully this morning, and really there's nowhere for that to go except up. He's gone to try and play it through the onside somewhere. That's up in the air, and no problem whatsoever. Straightforward catch there for Legasiaki, and the third wicket has fallen. Malla making his way off, not happy, not happy as he goes back to the pavilion. Batted quite beautifully there. The third wicket falls. Papua New Guinea happy. They've just had a drink. Here comes Paris Khadka, the number 5 and captain, of course, the hero of many a victory for Nepal, and many a near squeak as well. Very nearly beat Scotland, just losing by 3 runs in the World Cricket League earlier this year in their very first game. It's just 3 runs in a overs reduced match, and Khadka there on top form. Bowls again, and this one, of course, the batsman had crossed. Sagapun gets a single. He's still there. He's lost his partner there. Malla caught Siaka. Bowled bow for 36. A disappointing end to a very good innings. He played some lovely shots, but they're just perhaps getting a little bit carried away. And when you looked at the delivery and the shape of the shot, there was only one place it was going, and that was up in the air. Slip in for Khadka. That's a super shot to get off the mark with. That's through the covers. A despairing dive, but keeps the ball in and restricts the batsman to a couple of runs. Khadka wanted a third. I think Pun had decided that was going to the boundary. So here we go. A little bit over pitch. A delightful shot that. And bit of a premature dive here, but just gets there and look, does enough, and the ball stops inside the rope and tied it up by dive by Amini, tied it up by Legasiaka. So that was the final ball of the over. Two runs off the final ball of that last over. Could possibly have got a third there. I think Khadka wanted a third, but that would have taken Pun off strike for the start of this new over. Reaver bowls to him. Disappointing end for Malla. One or two of you expecting a big score from him today, and I was certainly thinking that he was looking good. Slower delivery from Reaver. Eased away down to long leg for 1. Sujan saying, we want more from you, Mala. Don't disappoint us. Well, said that one a little while ago, didn't we? Here we go. Reaver again. And sort of half appeal there from the wicketkeeper. I think that actually put a bit of bat on that, so nothing from the bowler himself. It's going down leg side anyway. Paris Khadka. He knows a lot's expected of him today. That's tickled away. Well, I think we'll find that came off the pad. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Indeed, yes, it is a leg by. But they all count. Disappointed. If he got a little tickle on that, he could have put that away down to fine leg for 4. The man out's really quite square round at long leg rather than fine leg, and when the bowler does err down that leg side, just get a little fine tickle away down for 4. Sagapun on strike. What's he going to do? He's looking around the field now. We've got 4 men out for him, but he can only just push that one to short extra cover. The end of another bustly tidy over from John Reaver. And well, Papua New Guinea will be pretty pleased with the situation at this stage. 3 wickets down. That's important, of course. Wickets, stem runs, we know that. And the danger man, Malu, looked in really good touch. That was a disappointing end to what had been a cracking little innings, but only really a cameo innings. It wasn't the big innings that was needed at this stage. But these medium places with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, difficult to get away. Sessi Bow dropped a bit short there, and Khadka trying to force that one, but not really getting hold of it, not timing it. And tidying up job there from Chad Soper at running around from mid-off. Mustn't get frustrated here by this bowling. Crowd catch there, hit into the ground and up, half stop by the bowler. Soper again tidies up. They must, particularly the captain, just take his time, settle in. Trying to force that off the back foot, but again, can't beat short extra cover. So this will be a pretty good set of 10 overs for Papua New Guinea. Nepal were 49 for 2 after 10. And well, we've just got a couple of deliveries left now. And really putting the grind on the Papua New Guinea bowlers and fielders. That one's over pitch though, but again can't pierce the field. Firmly to backward point where Legacy Arca does the fielding. So Paris Khadka, very experienced of course. You'll know exactly what he's got to do in this situation. The slip coming out now. Fielder going back to deep mid wicket for the last ball of the over. Sessi Bow wanted to finish off a tidy set of 6 as he bowls there, and Khadka plays that firmly back, and indeed it is a tidy set of 6. So excellent bowling from Sessi Bow. And after 20 overs, Nepal are 72 for 3, which means in that last 10 overs they have added just the. I'm trying to work that out. My maths isn't up to it at the moment. We'll work that one out later. 41 for 2 after 10, 72 for 3 after 20. So what do we make that? 31 runs off that last set of 10. So more runs coming here though. Nice little tickle from Sagapun down to fine leg and comfortably back for 2 runs. What do we think Nepal will get from this situation? What's the talking earlier good batting pitch here today? 250, 260. One or two of you on the tweets saying no, Nepal won't get that many. They're not a big scoring side. Well, I don't know. That's being a little bit unfair. The conditions in their favour, they certainly are. So 74 for 3. Partnerships. That's what it's all about. Slower ball there. It's almost that when he sort of bowls almost out of the back of the hand. Keep those tweets coming in. WCLC. We'll try and read a few more out during this over. Let's have a look. Must admit the interest in this game, particularly from Nepal fans, fantastic. Really is good to see. And what about you Papua New Guinea fans? Any of you out there? Had a tweet the other day from my good friend Adam Cassidy, who was involved with Papua New Guinea cricket for a good while. He was delighted that they'd just got up in that first match on Monday and won by 2 wickets, 3 balls to spare. Cracking game of cricket that was. Let's hope we have a match as good as that again today. Driven into the ground by Khadka and fielded in another over, just hurried through by the Papua New Guinea team. They'll be delighted if they can just quickly get through sort of 2.5, 3 minute overs, boom, 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 and then all of a sudden we'll have there'll be a Nepalese looking up and thinking, gosh, we're nearly up to the 30 over mark. Where did that go? Only 21 overs gone at the moment though. Sagapun playing an important role today. Came in to face the 4th ball of the day. 2 wickets in the first over. That ball's pitched up. Pun just playing it down to backward point. He always thinks he's going to get a run. He always takes that 3 or 4 paces up the wicket and invariably gets sent back by his batting partner. Paris Khadka not interested at all. Tucked into the onside again. See that little 3 or 4 paces? Khadka barely off, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Very cool character, the Nepal captain. Next delivery, again online, and again this is just niggly, tight bowling. Tucking the batsman up, not giving them anything to hit. Exactly what the doctors ordered. From Papua New Guinea point of view. Again, tucks him up on the stumps. And this really is tight stuff from Sessi Bao. He was hard to get away in the first match, and he's proving tough to get away now. The internet's having a problem here at the moment, so I'm afraid tweets you're sending at the moment, I'm not going to be able to see them, but don't stop sending them. But bit of width there, playing a miss, taken by Beret behind the stumps. See how close he was to this one. The ball was there for the shot, but bouncing on over the top of the bat. And again, no run there. That's an excellent over, maiden over there from gets a bit of encouragement from his fellow fielders there. Captain congratulating the bowler. That really is fine from a Papua New Guinea point of view, but Nepal just got to be a little bit careful they don't get bogged down here. There's 77 for 3 off 22. If maths hasn't changed since I was at school, that's now 3.5 runs per over, and they were ticking along at 4 and over, so they're being just pegged back here at the moment by this accurate but hardly threatening medium pace. Mustn't get frustrated, the Nepal batsmen. I can see a bit of frustration from you viewers around the world saying, come on, get on with it. But there's good bowling, this. Very good bowling. And the chains are released there with a shot out to deep mid-wicket. A brilliant stop on the boundary there, and again they've only got 2 runs. I think could well have been a 3rd run there. John Reaver thanking his fielder out there on the boundary, the man who did all the work the other day, and there he goes around the boundary. Look at that for a diving stop. It's Charles Amini, and this time the ball pushed into the offside, and saves like that. He saved 2 runs, and those runs in a close match, they can certainly all add up. Wonder if he'll get more than 1 over today, Charles Amini. Got to say, he wasn't too impressive in that 1 over of leg spin that we saw on Monday. I think these batsmen will be hoping he gets more than 1 over, if it's no better. Reaver again. And a bit of a leading edge now as he threw the shot early. Trying to work it into the onside Khadka. And these 2 little seam up medium pacers doing a great job at the moment for their captain. And didn't get hold of that one either, didn't get the timing right. To mid on, and another tidy over, just 2 runs coming from it. No panic yet from Nepal, but they'll have to up the run rate sooner rather than later if they're going to get that score that, well, they need to get more than they got on Monday in the first game. Really do need to get something like 240. 250 perhaps. 250, I think they'd be favourites. At the moment they need to break the shackles here. Right on the money. Difficult for Sagapun with Jack Verret right up behind him at the stumps. And he's got that one away. Past backward point, he's got one. That's all he is going to get. Skipper says, nope, we're not coming back for the second. And Sagapun now, well, his strike rate's barely above 50. Again, tucks the captain up there. This really is good bowling from the Papua New Guinea medium pacers. We had a little sequence there of 15 deliveries with just one scoring shot, and that's a special little sequence of bowling from the fielding side. Over pitched, he can't get that away, and this is the problem when the bowling is this tight. When the ball is over pitched, batsmen just can't seem to get it away. You get bogged down. Need to start getting that scoreboard ticking again. Nice shot, but again straight to mid-off. And that's another fine over. The last 3 overs we've seen just 3 runs, so that needs to be rectified pretty quickly. From a Nepalese point of view, Papua New Guinea, they'll be delighted with the way things are going. Papua New Guinea. Let's see if we can find some tweets. Keeps telling me tweets aren't loading at the moment. Sorry about this, folks. Internet's usually pretty good in this part of the world. You can almost feel the restlessness at the moment amongst the Nepalese fans who are sitting behind their team over there in the grandstand, in the shade of course. There just seems to be nothing they can do at the moment with this little passage of play. Maybe just going to have to chance the arm a bit. There are 4 men saving the one on the offside, but there's nobody out, and maybe a shot through that offside, but yet again nothing on offer there for Sagapun, and the score almost stuck, it seems, at the moment, the scoreboard. Reaver, Busley run, and this is a run. In fact, it'll probably be a couple of runs as the fielder yet to pick up gets the throw in, Amini, but a comfortable 2 there for Sagapun. For some reason, what would normally be deep backward squares, almost deep mid-wicket there, Amini. He's got a long way to run around. Interesting fielding position. Sure there's a theory behind it. And that next delivery just pushed quietly up to mid-off, and another over passes. That's the halfway stage. Nepal 82 for 3, and off the last 4 overs, well, we've seen just 5 runs, and that's not good enough from the side that are technically playing at home here in the Sheikh Zayed Stadium. They They can't let these two medium pacers bowl through too many more overs without a couple of big overs. And here we go, whipped over mid-wicket by Khadka. There's 4 runs. That's what was needed. Excellent shot by the Nepal captain. Let's have a look at this one again. That's it was on the stumps, but it's just the right length for him, and away it goes over the top. Couple of bounces, and that's broken the shackles of this very tight spell from Papua New Guinea. So Nepal's skipper into double figures. Goes to him again, he goes big again, and it's just out of the reach of mid-off. Desperate dive there, 4 more runs to Khadka. And well, you'd have thought perhaps Soper might have got over to that one. Chad Soper, despairing dive at it, couldn't quite get his left hand on it. But a little bit of luck there for Khadka. Let's see that one again. Doesn't get it, does he? Oh, not quite. Not quite. Big dive, missed the pool. And suddenly from the fielding side you think all that good work of the last 4 or 5 overs, a couple of deliveries, gone to waste. Full marks to Khadka, Paris Khadka. Couple of cracking deliveries there. Excellent from Khadka. Push that up to a mid-on, set off straight away and through for the single. And immediately now there's more noise coming from down to our right from the Nepalese fans. The man with the flag on his feet a minute ago. Khadka on to 15. Pun 35. He's got to do a little bit of something. We've got a problem with the ball now. No, the umpire said that's okay. Bow continues. Torn attempting to smash that square of the wicket. Doesn't make any contact. Been in a long time now, Sagapun. You're thinking to yourself, well, time to get a crack on. Well, he's got runs there. That's probably be a couple out to deep backward square leg, but that was the 75th ball he's faced, and he scored 37 runs, Sagapun. So again, you don't need to be a great mathematician to know that he's going along at roughly 3 runs and over, roughly a strike rate of 50, and that's not really good enough. But of course, it's okay if you dig in, go on, make a big score. Give it away at this stage, though. You won't want to do that. Batting still to come for Nepal, of course, with of course the finisher, Vasorka. He's got to come. Kami, Alam, Regmi, they can all bat, but lot on the shoulder of these two, particularly Paris Khadka, you'd think. Just starting to find the middle of his bat. Although he didn't time that one too well, to be fair. Men out so far. Mandel, LBW, Vanua, naught. That was the 3rd ball of the match. Corcoran, LBW, Vanua, naught. That was the 6th ball of the match. And the only man to go since Mala caught Siaka Bowl bow for 36. He always wants a run, Sagapun. 3 or 4 paces down the pitch again there. There's never ever a run. skipper's coming down to have a word. He's a really cool character, isn't he? Paris Kadka. Not going to get flustered. Good firm blow back past the bowler. Going to be a couple of runs there. This time it's Kadka thinking of a third and Pun saying no. Just a firm push really, wasn't it? He just sort of a little checked drive. And this time a defensive shot from Pun. You never know how good a pitch is, of course, until both sides have batted on it, but just get that feeling it might have a few more runs in it. Similar to Monday's pitch. And there's an expansive shot from Pun, but again only brings him the single. The man out on the boundary there is Charles Amini doing the fielding, tidying up. His next delivery to Kadka. Oh dear, didn't get hold of that one either. If he had got hold of it, he could have fallen in a similar way to his dismissal in the first game when he was caught on the boundary, caught to the long boundary. To be fair, the pitch has moved over today, and the boundary towards the main scoreboard is the shorter of the two boundaries. He was unlucky on Monday. There, though, he didn't time that one. The end of the over. That's the end of the 27th over. So Sagapun on 40. He needs to go on and make a big one. Paris Kadka just starting to hit his straps. He's 17. Papua New Guinea going to make a bowling change here. So we're going to see a bit of spin for the first time. So it's die for the first time, Uhuru die. Uhuru die, who bowled tidily in that first game, and just maybe a little hint of some turn there for him. 2 for 48 in the opening game, Uhuru die, and must have been a bit reluctant to take Sesi Bow off, who bowled so well, but oh, it was tossed up. But Kadka can't find the gap through the offside. If there is a little bit of turn in the pitch, the Nepal team won't be disappointed. They've got some very, very good spin bowlers. Again, it's plenty of air there, and again, well, Kadka will feel he's missed out there because that was a full toss. Need to be able to find the gaps at this level. At any level, really. Again, can't work that through. Excellent first over that from Dye. Just the one run coming from the end of the over from the off spinner. And again that break being applied by the Papua New Guinea bowlers. Dai tidy first over. It's going to be we're having a look to see change of bowling at that far end. A change of end for Sessi Bao. That's pushed firmly back past the bowler. Sessi Bao, who bowled, is very tidy from the grandstand end. Skipper Jack Veray changing his bowlers around well here. He must be delighted with how the medium pacers are bowled, particularly tucking up the Nepalese batsman. 29th over, still haven't got to 3 figures. Shouldn't be long now, of course. 99 for 3. What can Khadka do with this? Again, he looks for the single there, he gets it. But that's 100. That's 100, and you can hear the applause from the Nepalese fans over there to our right. Oh, the man with the flags up on his feet again. I still think he's backing both sides with his Nepalese flag and his yellow and black hat. Next delivery is pushed into the offside, and again Sagapun wants a run. Oh, it's almost an instinct, isn't it? 3 or 4 paces down the pitch and then the skipper sends him home. Jack Veray thinks it's very funny. Chuckling away behind the stumps. Again, nothing Sagapun can do with that. Tidy bowling from Sessi Bao. That's bowled very nicely indeed. Oh, full toss. Again, hasn't really got it away. It wasn't above waist height, so he's got away with it, but not a great delivery. So that's another tidy over from Sessi Bao, who's now bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, and taken 1 for 20. Excellent bowling from him. And I wonder what you Nepal supporters are thinking out there. I haven't been able to see for a while. We haven't had Twitter. Let's see if Twitter can shake itself out of its lethargy. See what advice you Nepal fans have for your team here. Dai starting his second over. Maybe he's the man they need to attack, but he's bowling cleverly here, isn't he? Clever bit of bowling from the off spinner, giving it plenty of air. And runs here. That's crashed through the offside, but Khadka doesn't want 2. There probably should have been 2 there. Good half stop, that would have raced away to the boundary. If not. The next one eased down to long on, so maybe just the run's coming a little better at the moment. Dai again, that's swung to a short, fine leg. The man on the 45 there does the fielding. Again, they haven't really been able to cash in on this over. Plenty of air from the off spinner, giving it a bit of flight. You'd think he's almost tempting them with these little lollipops. Let's see where that one's pushed through a bit quicker. And again, it's to short fine leg. And again, there's no run. So that's the end of another rapid over. Nepal now at 103 for 3. And we've reached the 30 over stage. So again, 31 overs, 31 runs rather from the last 10 overs. 31 runs from the previous 10 overs. So, well, maybe we've read this pitch wrong. Maybe there aren't as many runs there as we thought initially. It's going to be Sessi Bow to continue from that far end. And a swing in the air. He's got hold of that one as Paris Kadka. That's away to the long on boundary. 4 runs. And that was certainly needed by his team. It's come out of the middle of the bat. It was there for the shot. Let's have a little look at that one again if we can. We'll here we go, look, it was there for it, and hit it on the up, lifted it over the top, fine shot. And a good looking drive there, but can't pierce the cordon on the offside. Kadka, the man, going for the runs. Sagapun playing the anchor role. Comfortable single there. Quickly through for the single there. Almost a Yorker. This stage, well, they say one of the old rules of thumb, double the score at 30 overs. Paul will be heading for 206. I don't think that'll be enough. They'll need to up that. A no ball from Sessi Bow there. That's going to be a free hit. So that's very careless from a man who only bowls off 8 or 10 paces. So Kadka coming down to have a word. Let's have a look. So, oh, that's a big no ball as well. That's, oh, dearie me. Massive no ball. So a free hit here. The fielders, of course, have to stay in their fielding positions. Can't move, although the batsman's changed. Let's have a look, see where this goes. It's a slower ball, and it's swung in the air down to a long on for a single. So just about got away with that, I suppose, only conceding the one off the free hit. The fans were all excited down there. The man with the yellow and black hat's taking it off now. He's definitely supporting the home side as they are playing on neutral venue. Next delivery, Kadka again eases up to long on. So that's the end of a not that impressive over from Sessi Bow, who has bowled very well. So having a look there, that's Basant Regmi waiting to come in. There is another World Cricket League match going on today in the UAE. A lot of cricket going on in this part of the world at the moment. Of course, yesterday we saw England take a 2-1 lead against Pakistan in that series. In the other game, Hong Kong were batting against the UAE. They were 64 for 1 after 16 overs. We'll give you another update from that one when the internet decides it's going to start working over here again. It's plenty of flight again there from Dai. Got to be careful. Kadka can get after him. 3 men out on the onside though. And there's one of them at deep mid wicket coming in to field that. Kadka moving on to 28. Field coming in for Sagapun, who can't beat the man. He's just saving the single round the corner. Really does need to get a move on now, Pun. Tossed up again, and that has found the gap this time. That's racing away. It's not going to reach the boundary though. A slide and a stop by Charles Amini, and they're back for 3 runs there. And well, Kadka to get a bit of a move on. Good throw coming in. But 3 runs to Pun. And just placed that nicely. Found the gap through the covers. Not quite enough on it to get to the boundary though. Next, Dai again, and that's a thickish edge by Kaku again, looking for that gap through the offside. Unable to pierce the field. Like the way Dai's bowling here, giving it. No, I don't like that one. That's well down the leg side. That one slipped out wrong, but I like the way he's giving the ball a bit of air. Very experienced bowler, of course. And Kadka waiting for that one. Trying to work it away fine. Doesn't succeed. The end of the over. They have the base here for a score, Nepal, but are they going to be able to kick on and really make it count? You wonder whether there's going to be too much pressure on those batsmen waiting to come in. Regmi pad it up. Need a bit of impetus here somewhere, don't they? That's it in the air and out. In the air, picked it up, and away to short mid-wicket. Good diving catch. Looked for a minute as though he was going to get away with it and go past him. But disappointment there, disappointing end to his innings. He was looking for his boundary. Let's look at it again. Picks it up, clean hit, straight out and into the thrown it up in the air. Absolute delight there. And the end of Sagapun, well, that might not be too bad a thing for Nepal. He was struggling to get going. Excellent diving catch at short mid-wicket there. Dai taking the catch, tumbling away to his right. Mahura Dai So that's the end of Pun. Caught die. And he died a death there. In comes the finisher. In comes the finisher, Sharad Vasoka. Top scorer for Nepal in the first game. Pitched right up, flicked away, and he's coming back for 2 runs straight away. So into his stride. Needs to be scoring these. Needs to be into his stride straight away. Not a lot of time to play himself in here, but we saw cracking innings from him in that first match, and showed Vasoka a lot on his shoulders, and of course his captain still there at the other end. Another wicket now though. Pressure will be really on the batting side. Trying to work that one down to third man. Not a big percentage shot, that one, from Mr. Reliable. Sagapun, his 47, took 92 balls, and he only hit the 1-4, and well, that 4, of course, came from overthrows. It was in actual fact a 5. So might not be the worst thing that he's gone, but of course, if you're going to score at around 3 runs and over, a strike rate of 50, you've got to make sure you can up that later in the innings. He didn't do that. This one on the struck through the onside for a single. Here's a wish of making everybody groan. He didn't stay around long enough to punish the PNG bowlers. Apologies for that. Khadka taking a single off the last ball of the over. He'll keep the strike. "33 overs bowled, and an indication of just how quickly Papua New Guinea have been busting through these overs. No drinks break yet. So we'll have had 18 overs at least in this second session. First drink breaks coming after 16 overs. Going to be Mahura Dai to continue. Bit of air again. Khadka can't do anything with it. Die again. Ease down to long on for a single. And again. Do apologise for not being able to load your tweets at the moment. Don't stop sending them though. Hopefully we'll be able to sort that out after the next drinks break. Nicely turned round the corner. Yeah, I'd like to be reading some tweets out. I can't at the moment. One or two of you suggesting that is annoying, isn't it, when the internet doesn't work? Oh, missed out there. Kadka full toss, but can't beat the field. That is the end of the 34th over. Everybody working hard here, as you can see. There's the match referee in the background there, and the main man himself, who's just moved out of picture. Azza, who's come in to try and see what's happening with my tweets. We'll have a look at that for you during the drinks break, which should be coming up shortly. We're into the 35th over. And there's a problem with the tweets. We'll try and sort that out. Next delivery is eased away down to long leg. We had fantastic response on Monday. 43 different countries. Nobody from Antarctica though. And today we've had Freaky from Antarctica, who's assures us he is down there. So. I'm sure that interesting. That's deflected off his hand into the stumps. Sort of half appeal there. I don't think Bisorka was out of his ground, although we might see differently here. Let's have a look. Very difficult one for the umpire. Drive just gets a little bit on there, but the batsman had got his bat back in the ground, so not out. Bit of shape into the batsman again from Sesibao, doing his skipper proud again. That one again right up to the batsman, and Kadka easing it down to long on. Bow, clever little variation with pace there, and again no run. So another over ticks by. 35 gone now, 128 for 4. The men back in the pavilion. Mandel first to go, recording a pair really, if you given that he got a naught in the first game as well. Going the same way, LBW Vanua for naught. Carkerall also in that first over, LBW Vanua for naught. Third to go was Mallow. He batted beautifully before misjudging one really. Tried to play a shot over the leg side. Ball wasn't there for it. Hit it up in the air, caught it backward point by Siaka for 36, and then Pun going for 47. Caught Dye, bowled. That swung away there. There's runs here. That's beaten the man trying to save the one. He's run back, had to retrieve it just inside the boundary, and the batsman back for 3. There's Pun going for 47, caught by Dye off the bowling of Bow. So the off spinner now bowls, and that's pushed into the offside with one run coming from it. So it's just an indication of how quickly they have bowled their overs, is that we're going to have 36 overs before the second drinks break. The drinks men are now getting ready to come on the field at the end of this over, and that'll be 20 overs in the last hour and 10 minutes, which is really quickly bustling through them. And of course all that adds to the pressure on the batting side. So Bow doing an excellent job. Dye now keeping the pressure on as well. And happy to give away the occasional single. It's the boundaries that Papua New Guinea can't afford. And although they got the base there for a score, Nepal would want to be probably 20 runs ahead of this at this stage. As we approach the drinks interval, that ball struck down too long on, and indeed that will be drinks. So 134 for 4 after 36 overs. How many will Nepal go on to get? The drinks are coming on. We'll take a short break. Kadka 36, Sorka 8, and we'll be back at the end of the drinks break. Well, welcome back and ready to go again. They're a couple of overs ahead of schedule apparently at the moment, the Papua New Guineas. And they've been bustling through their overs, but it'll slow down a bit at the moment because Chad Soper's back on. And up to the stumps is Jack Verrey. That's pushed into the offside, no run there. And you'll be glad to know your tweets are back. So I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was that was stopping those. Somebody's asking if I'm missing my fellow commentator. I certainly am. Brian can't be here today. No run there from Soper. Let's have a look then. Oh, somebody's on sick leave to watch the match today. I won't read your name out, Nirmal. Bit of advice from Capel. He said Nepal are always trying to hit to the leg side. Come on, desperately need some boundaries through the offside. So hope selectors will choose a better team next time. Always plenty of advice from the Nepal fans. There's a single there. That's nicely turned around and comfortably back for 2 runs. Bibek saying sad Nepal's not having a good game today. Thank you for that, Bibek. Let us all know where you're actually tweeting in from. Sabin has said, impressed by the way Papua New Guinea are fielding. Yes, they have fielded well today. The next delivery outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So any more tweets, do let us have them. Always good to hear from you. That delivery pushed back down the wicket. Still hard to get these runs away. A couple of you on the tweets are complaining that Sagapun didn't score quickly enough. 47 off 92 balls. Not what the fans were expecting, says Sir Jan. Appeal for LBW there, but it's going to be a couple of leg byes. In fact, no, he must have got a touch on it, so that's obviously why the LBW appeal wasn't upheld. Alok's been in touch. The score looking a bit low at the drinks interval. He said, well, 134 for 4 after 36 overs. Panjak again. Come on, Nepal, we need more runs. Well, they need to get a move on. 13 overs remaining. 138 for 4. Yeah, if you look at perhaps one a ball from this stage, that would take them up to 216. Hopefully do a little bit better than that. They've got to push towards 230, 240 Nepal to set a total. Off spinner to continue. That's it in the air, and he's found the gap this time. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Little bit short. Kadkar onto that one. That's exactly what his team need. Cracking delivery, just short of a length, pulled away for 4. And all of a sudden, the fans come to life. Everybody comes to life watching the game. Just short, but he really turned that into a short ball. Powerful forearms hitting that. Ranuk asking, who he was obviously listening in on Monday, did we find any viewers from North Korea? We didn't, actually. We haven't had any from North Korea. Antarctica, yes. North Korea, no. More excitement in the ground now with those with that boundary. A few more like that and Nepal will be well on track. Sensible batting there though, just pushed for a single, big gap on the leg side. A couple of you said you're glad I'm reading tweets again. The reason I haven't been reading them is because they weren't loading. I didn't have any to read. Love your tweets, keep sending them in. Another single there. Pawan has, I believe, Paris will stay to the end and reach his 100. So, well, he's got a way to go yet, but he's into the 40s, so time to do that for the Nepal captain. No run there to Vasorka. Still just that one boundary off this over. Need a couple of big overs, Nepal. And that tossed up and dropped. Smashed straight back. And that's a let off. Hit very, very hard. But that is indeed a let off for the for Paris Khadka. Look, they smashed that hard, but well, you'd want to hold on to those as a bowler. Sakin also not impressed with the scoring rate. He said it's not a test, it's an ODI. Indeed it is. Well, actually, it's not an ODI, is it? But we know what you mean. It's a List A match. Nepal not having ODI status yet. Papua New Guinea do have that. It was granted to some, depending on where you finish. It's a very meritocratic decision who gets ODIs and who doesn't. Of course, Ireland and Afghanistan have been promoted to the Big 12 now. Don't have to qualify through this tournament for the World Cup, well, the next World Cup qualifying round, which will be held in 2018. Of course, the 2019 World Cup, 2019 World Cup, 10 teams in that. At the moment, they're saying the top 8 plus 2 from qualifying. Soper starts a new over, but I have seen talk recently it could be the top 6 plus 4 from qualifying, which would be interesting. That would put a few more names into the qualifying hat. A couple of big names. It's pushed up to long on. John Chetri's been in touch. Are there only Nepal fans? Papua New Guinea. There are no Papua New Guinea fans inside the ground, John. I don't know who you're supporting, but if you're supporting Papua New Guinea, let us know. Most of the tweets are coming from Nepal fans. Got to be some of the best fans in the world, I think, the Nepal fans. Absolutely love their cricket. Helicopter going over there. Single, comfortably enough taken. Seems a lack of support, says Warble, for PNG. Well, it's a long way inside the ground, isn't it? I don't think there were too many Papua New Guineans working in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, as there are many Nepalese. It's another single. We had a little group of Nepalese taxi drivers here on Monday. Of course, I don't think too many fans will have travelled for this game from either Nepal or Papua New Guinea supporters. There are some of the Nepalese fans, so enjoying the game and enjoying this run rate improving. And there is a very big appeal, and well, looked a decent shout. Umpires smiling at the far end there. He's not giving that one. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, just maybe slipping down leg side. In fact, slipping down leg side quite comfortably. So not interested in that one at all, as umpire Buddy Pradhan. Over die to continue. Very equally balanced at the moment, this game. Single up to long on. Papua New Guinea won't mind that. Tossed up, reverse sweep in the air. It's over the top of short third man, racing away out to the boundary. It hasn't quite got enough on to get there. It pulls up inside the ropes and the batsman back comfortably for 3 runs, just clearing short third man. And look at the bowler with his hands on his head there. Just made that. Heart must have been in mouth there. There we go. Ooh. Back live, that's another single down to long off. Let's have a little Khadka approaching his half century. Die bowls again and square the wicket for a single. Coming to the end of the 40th over. This has been a more productive set of 10 for Nepal. Driven down the ground in the air. One bounce to the long off. And just one more run. The crowd were anticipating that Khadka 50. Still needs another 2. That's played to deep backward square. Last ball of the 40th over, so 156 for 4 after 40. That run rate very nearly back up to 4 runs per over. Of course, that'll be increased. We know in the last 10 overs there is the base there, but well, 10 overs to go. You scored 8 runs and over. You get 236. I think that's possible. Certainly if Paris Khadka stays there. Final power play starting. Of course, this means that the fielding side can have 5 fielders outside the circle at this stage. The fielding side just organising themselves. 4 men saving the single on the offside. It's strange field. Everybody out on the leg side. There's Sofa bowls, straight delivery, and no run there to Bisorka. So yes, he's starting his final over, Chad Sofa. 10 overs, well, 9 overs so far, 9.1 overs. 0 for 34, so he's done a good tidy job. Good tidy job. Sessi Bauer's finished, he's 2 for 36 from his 10 overs. 2 maidens for Bauer. That's swung away into the onside. Again, a full delivery. 1 more to the total. Stand by for the cheering shortly, because Paris Kadka, 48 not out, and the fans away to my right are very excited. Anticipation. Soper to Kakru, drives firmly back. Soper, very good diving stop there. Excellent piece of fielding by the Papua New Guinean bowler. Kadka remains 48 not out. He's faced 70 deliveries now. What's he going to do with this? Well, he's going to get 1, but only 1, as that's pushed up to long on. So he moves on to 49. Excellent bowling today from tight bowling from Papua New Guinea. Vanua 2 for 25. Soper now 0 for 36, but he's in his final over. John Reaver rather, 8 overs, 0 for 28. How good was that? Bustly little medium pace. And Mahura Dai 0 for 32. That's driven in the air and through. He's found the gap through the offside. That's going to race away to the boundary. 4 runs there to Bisorka. That was very much needed. And just opened himself up. Look for the gap. There were 4 men, as we mentioned, trying to save the 1 or trying to protect the offside. And there it is. Just that bit of width he needed. A desperate, sprawling effort to prevent it reaching the boundary from Legacy Arca, but not to be. Bowls again, and that's where he wants to be bowling, and to just get that ball being pushed into the onside for 1. They need to protect the boundaries at the moment, Papua New Guinea. They don't mind giving away the singles. So that is the end of Chad Soper. He's finished his 10 overs as the opening bowler. Impressive in the first match. Certainly a very impressive opening spell. Got quite a bit of shape on it. Beat the bat several times. Haven't seen the bat beaten today, but maybe this pitch is just a little bit slower, a little bit harder to get the ball away. 9 overs remaining. Who's going to bowl them? So just looking there, Chad Soper finishing with 0 for 41 from his 10 overs. Good bowling from the opening bowler. And just the single there. Now we've got income to the attack has come Asad Vala. He bowled very well, of course, on in that first game, bowling towards the death. Little off spinners, clever little variations. Now, Kadka, 49. Where's this 50? Where's this 50? And there it is. There it is, pushing up to pushed up to long off. A little touch of the helmet, a little wave to the fans over there who've applauding that half century from Kadka, coming from 73 balls. Want some new batting gloves. That wasn't a wave to the fans that time. That one hit backward a point. Quick single run and an appeal, but Khadka comfortably home. So Vala, really the star turn for Papua New Guinea, coming on, bowling at the death in that first match, kept things very tight. 7 overs, 3 for 32 as the batsman tried to get after him. Won't be bowling that many overs today. Pushed firmly into the offside, but you need to hold your nerve at this stage, slow bowlers. Can bowl 5 overs. A maximum of. So yes, 73 overs for his 50 for Paris Khadka with 4 boundaries. And we see the boundaries here for Paris Khadka's 50. 4 boundaries, 73 balls he came off. And there he is, acknowledging the fans. Still got some work to do. One of our tweets earlier saying they thought he might reach 100. Well, he's going to have to go some 8 overs left. And change of bowling with Norman Vanua coming back on. And after 42 overs, I finally got some help here in the commentary position. Being joined by just lining up a camera shot. You do your hair, Richard, and sort of yeah, looking good. So Mr. Richard Doan, I'll get him to tell you what he is, but he's sort of very important in the ICC development. I'll tell you what his official title is: a high performance manager. That's what he is. That ball's outside the off stump, a swing and a miss by Khadka, and he remains on 50. Welcome, Richard. Yes, struggling along on my own today. No Brian Murgatroyd. He's off doing important things with the government apparently. So he's left me all on my own, but all on my own with about 500 tweeters, 499 of them from Nepal, which is absolutely fantastic. Or Nepalese fans anyway. They've been really, really good this morning.
A couple of days ago, and now well on the way today.
So at the moment apparently your mic's not it is working now. Okay, he was just probably talking very quietly in that understated Australian accent of his. That ball's in the air, away, wide of third man. Big chase around there, and the batsman back for a comfortable two runs. So yes, very close game on Monday, and 2 wickets, 3 balls left. Exciting game of cricket, and there are 1 or 2 very equally matched teams, aren't there, in this World Cricket League? These 2 being 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean they've sort of come up through the divisions at around about the same pace, if you like, over the last few years, and to see them on this stage now, and having developed to where they are, it's exciting. To see them, they're playing some good cricket, and both sides are actually quite fit and athletic, and that's something we need to see more of in our associate world.
And the World Cricket League itself, we've, as you said, we've got 8 teams in there. Often when you're playing 250 over games, the team that wins the first game will then go on and win the second game. But we haven't seen that, have we? We've seen a couple of 1-all draws in the opening series of matches. Another run through the offside there. Thinking of a second, they won't come for it, and that's good to see.
Yeah, and I think it probably reflects a little bit that obviously Ireland and Afghanistan are now out of the World Cricket League Championship. So, you know, the 8 sides that are actually playing in that competition now are probably a lot more even than they have been in the past. You'd expect, say, Scotland and perhaps Netherlands to still be, you know, of the strongest countries, but yeah, the others are coming up and challenging, and not just in one-day cricket, 50 over cricket, but also the recent World T20 qualifier in Ireland and Scotland showed that some of the countries which have been lower down the table are actually starting to make some ground.
In that tournament, of course, Papua New Guinea actually beat Ireland on their own turf, and looked at that stage as though they were nailed on to qualify, and then just sort of fell away a little bit towards the end, which was disappointing for them.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a pattern for PNG over recent sort of global events that they've been in. The World T20 qualifier here in UAE a couple of years ago, there was a similar pattern where they won their early games and then didn't just really go on towards the end. But having said that, they're capable of playing at this level, and they're capable of beating good sides. So yeah, they've earned the right to be here, and it's good to see them playing.
And doing very well indeed in these couple of matches against Nepal, winning, just getting over the line on Monday. Terrific game of cricket that. Vala starts a new over, that's hammered down the ground, that's going to be 4 runs. That's what is just what's needed from the Nepal captain Khadka. Just down the wicket, swung his arms through it, and well, no messing at all there at the start of the 44th over. So and Nepal as well, as we look at this shot from the captain, that's what's needed, isn't it? He nearly took his mate out there at the far end. That was a ferocious blow.
Yeah, and he's a solid performer for Nepal. Paris Khadka, he's a good player, bowls as well, and a key part of their makeup.
Big role to play here. 1 or 2 of our tweeters have suggested he's got enough time to get through to get 100. He'll have to go some, but that would be a great effort if he could, and much needed. He played a very big role in a narrow defeat by Scotland in the first round of these World Cricket League matches. Just pushes that into the onside. Wants 2, coming for 2. Excellent running there. Just pushed that. Didn't even reach the edge of the circle, but everybody's back on that leg side, and 2 more runs to Paris Khadka. Very cleverly played shot that. If he'd hit it harder, he'd have only got the single. Nudge, come 2. Down the pitch, in the air. Is that going to clear the field? It isn't. That's the end of Khadka. He's gone. So that's a big blow there. It was up in the air, and I'm afraid John Reaver was underneath it, never really in any difficulty. Didn't get hold of that Khadka, and he's gone. Khadka has gone, and that is a body blow for Nepal. Look at that again. He got under it, didn't he? Didn't get all the way through it, and well, no mistake there.
He just sliced a little bit across the line of that one. Didn't really get through it as much as he might have. But the end of a really good innings by Paris Khadka. He's given them a bit of a platform for the last 7 overs. But I think, as you suggested, David, they will have to get going, because the pitch looks pretty good, pretty flat, and pretty good for batting.
Yeah, but they say you can never tell a pitch until both sides are batted on it. But it does look a pretty good batting pitch out there today.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the wickets here at Abu Dhabi are pretty good batting pitches. I mean, one of the features of that dismissal, though, and one of the things that the associates find sometimes when they get to major venues, is the boundary sizes are obviously sometimes quite a bit bigger than they're used to. So you sort of get delusions of grandeur, I think, so about where you can hit the ball and where you can pick up your runs. And one of the features that of a ground like this is the number of places there are for twos. You just mentioned one into the circle, but obviously in the outfield there's lots of ability to place the ball and pick up twos as well as boundaries.
Yeah, poor old Paris Kadkar in the first game, he hit a huge shot out. The pitch was cut to the other side of the square, and he hit a huge shot to the long boundary. I mean, he almost knocked it into a different time zone, and it was caught. That would have been back into the 20th row on a lot of cricket grounds. It is a big arena here. So we're back now with Valor bowling, and we're going to have to quietly see Nepal perhaps just take an over or so just to regather themselves again after that dismissal. The new batsman in is Sompal Kami. And he can hit the ball pretty hard. We've still got Basant Rejmi to come as well. Good use of the crease there. Stepping right across and easing that one into the offside. That's for Sarkar. And one more to the total.
And I think you mentioned before that leg side field, which is pretty deep. Most of them on the boundary. There's one coming across the mid wicket at the moment, or sort of a wide shortish mid on if you like, but there's plenty of space out on that side of the ground.
That ball was outside the off stump this time though, so he's not going to be working that into the onside, just down to Reaver for a single. So the end of the 44th over, and Nepal moving on to 181 for 5. There's that helicopter going over again. It looks as though the blades are hardly moving there, but I can assure you they are. So not quite sure. Obviously some dignitary off to some important meeting somewhere. But if you were in the Nepal camp at this stage, 181 for 5, 6 overs to go, what sort of a target would you be looking for?
Well, I mean, you're probably at this stage always looking for 6, 8 and over perhaps from this point. So I'm trying to do my basic maths. So I guess that takes them up to about 230. That would be, if they bowl well, that's certainly defendable. It is a big ground, lots of space, but equally if you place your field well, you can defend scores like that.
Yeah, the running between the wickets has been much better today from Nepal. Lots of indecision in the first game, but they've probably found themselves another 10 or 15 runs today by just pushing, running, going, coming back for the second, taking the third. It's been impressive. The field now changing for Vasarkar. He's the third man coming up inside the circle, and deep mid-wicket going back. And again, there's nobody anywhere near the bat on the leg side. 4 men on the boundary. Yorker rather there, and a shy at the stumps, and not sure that's good cricket with the fielders all out on the boundary to back up, but there was no overthrow there.
Yeah, good work by the two players out on the square leg and mid-wicket boundary to actually get in there to cut off any chance of an extra run.
Got another fielding change now with the cover sweeper going out and a mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket coming in. Good delivery there. And 2 missed fields. The batsmen are coming back for 2. No, it's a run out. Oh, what a comedy of errors there. That should have... Well, what's happened there? They've eventually got 2 runs. They've gone for a cheeky first run. There's a bit of an overthrow. One batsman has set off for the second run, and that was Kami. And it hasn't happened. He's been sent back. And then eventually they've gone through. Let's have a look. There's a comedy of errors. Look, there's desperate single there. And he's decided, look, he wants a second. He's really committed. And any sort of take there. And there's a run out by a mile. And in the end, they get 2 runs.
in effect, there was actually a very easy 2 runs at the end of the day.
That next delivery right in the block hole. Nice bit of footwork, but kicks the ball into the stumps, doesn't dislodge the bails.
Although it sounds a bit counterintuitive, it's actually been very good running this over by the Nepal players. They're hitting the ball to the field, and in fact the 2 runs they got before was created by the pressure of taking the quick single.
The PNG fielding has been top notch for most of this innings, but it's let itself down a little bit, certainly with that missed run out. That's another run there, and again hit the ball and go, and there's generally a run there at this stage, and you put that pressure on the fielding side, and as we've seen, you can pick up the odd overthrow.
Yeah, very it's very apparent, isn't it, that if you have a good understanding between the 2 batsmen and you're willing to sort of tap and go, there's almost always a single, particularly the field sitting back on the circle at the moment too on the offside.
Vanua again. Been bowling well into the block hole, and he gets another one in there. This time there is no run. Straight to the Charles Amini there at mid-wicket.
An excellent backing up again on the offside there. The throw is from the leg side at the bowler's end, and the deep fieldsman on the offside was already into the circle, ready to pick up any chance of an overthrow. So that's excellent work by the PNG fieldsman to create those sorts of opportunities and to know that they can do it with confidence with someone backing up on the opposite side.
You've been in your job now as High Performance Director at the ICC for a pretty long time.
Yes, David, 11 years now, almost. So I've seen a little bit of these associate cricketers over that time, and probably almost as much as the man standing beside us in David Dukes, the match referee. So he's certainly seen a lot of cricket, and luckily we've actually seen a bit of that cricket together.
Yeah, bump into you all around the world somewhere. Unfortunately, David can't hear us down that end of the box. We've had the camera on him occasionally and said one or two very kind things about his moustache, one or two of our tweeters, but he's unable to actually communicate with us.
I think the word dapper always comes to mind.
That was just half a chance again there. Good bowling. You have to hold your nerve, don't you, when you're bowling slow at in the 46th over?
Yeah, it's an art. I mean, the great spinners of the past would say bowl it to higher and slower, and take the risk. And with a big ground, again, you never know.
Well, that's certainly what he's been doing here. He's been giving it bowled very well in the first match, taking 3 for 32, bowling 7 overs on the reel at the death, and but you need good nerves. That one again struck down to long off. Singles, Papua New Guinea will be happy with at this stage, and Nepal will certainly want to be scoring at least a runner ball. Probably, ideally, 8, 9, 10 runs and over in these final overs. That one's a little bit quicker and worked away cleverly. Nudged away fine. He's going to get 2 runs. They're thinking of a third, but they won't be back for 3. So just the 2 there. Yeah, you've been in the job 11 years now, which is a very long time. The quality of cricket below the Test match playing level really has improved during that time, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, I think so. I think our best associates are now genuinely challenging, the bottom end of the full member world. I mean, obviously Afghanistan, for those who are aware, I think in the last 12 months have played Zimbabwe 11 times, and they're ahead 7-4, having won this year just recently both the ODI series and the T20 series against Zimbabwe, and that's the first time an associate country has actually won a full ODI series or a T20I series. So I think that's quite a significant event for the associate world.
Obviously, you mentioned earlier Ireland and Afghanistan as being perhaps the two sides that have dominated below the test level in recent years. What who would you sort of pick out as being the next Ireland or Afghanistan from these teams in these 8 teams in this World Cricket League?
Yeah, look, I think Scotland are certainly showing some signs through the World T20 qualifier in Ireland. They made some significant ground, and the final was washed out, but they were equal winners of that event. So I think they're on the upward path these days. And it was good to see them qualify for the World Cup last year, and also now for the next World T20. So that's a boost for them. But I think they're on an upward swing at the moment.
And of course, the Netherlands did well in the last World T20 as well. And these teams here, Nepal and PNG, they're another 2 or 3 years away, perhaps.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's exciting for them. They've obviously got to learn from the experience of these games. Either by playing each other or as they go through the tournaments, both the World Cricket League and the Intercontinental Cup. They'll get experience. I mean, the interesting thing is that PNG actually defeated Netherlands in a 4-day game earlier this year as their first attempt in the Intercontinental Cup. So that sort of augurs well, but for them. But a key part of that is the sort of development that's been done with them over the last 4 or 5 years through the ICC East Asia Pacific region. And particularly with the input of Cricket Australia and others, they've had a great opportunity to play, a bit of multi-day cricket against very decent opposition. So, although it may have surprised some people, that victory, they've certainly got the background from that experience to be playing at that level.
Another single there into the offside. You can give Adam Cassidy a name check if you like. He's listening. I've had a tweet from him this morning.
Adam doesn't work for us anymore, but he did a fine job in his time there, certainly around the promotional area. But to be fair to the others in Jane Livesey and Kieran McMillan, who work in that office, they put a significant amount of time and effort into the development of PNG cricket. So things are going pretty well there at the moment.
That's in the air. It's out towards deep cover and gone. That's disappointment there. He's opened his shoulders, hasn't sliced it really, hasn't really got it where he was looking to hit, and a straightforward catch out there on the cover boundary. Let's have a look at this again. There's a width there. He should have got that one away, but well, it was nowhere near reaching the boundary, and very comfortable catch at deep cover. So Van Sarker is he's who have we got coming in now? The team unchanged, the Nepal side from and this is Mahbub Alam coming out to the middle. Just the one change in the Papua New Guinea side, and of course Vasorka still there. A lot depending on him, as I was about to say before. We were seeing Alam come out in the middle there. He's got 41 from 42 balls, known as the finisher for Nepal, and he's going to have to finish this innings well if they're going to get up to that 230 mark that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean at this stage, I think if PNG would be pretty happy with the way they've gone today, and if they keep it under 230 or even around the 220, 215 mark, if wickets keep falling, they're going to be extremely happy and think they're well and truly in this game.
But he's hammered through the offside by Vasorka. He's got one, but he's not going to get any more than that. So Kami going for a big hit, and well, disappointing end for him.
And probably just to make sure that Adam Cassidy doesn't tweet something nasty, I should say some more positive words. He certainly had a massive role in the promotion of the associate game over the last couple of years, and the work he did in travelling around and spending time with these guys and interviewing them and getting that to air was has been a really good feature of the promotion of the game at associate level.
Vala now coming around the wicket to Vasoka, who's down the pitch and looking for the wide there as the bowler saw him coming and bowled it a little bit wider, but Jack Verrey very amused behind the stumps. So there's a reverse sweep in the air and gone. Good diving catch. That's an excellent catch there. Diving down low to his left by Charles Amini. That's well taken, and that's a big blow. If he was the man that they really needed to depend on, Vasoka, and well, not really a reverse sweep, was it? It's a switch hit sort of, well, the reverse swish, really, I call that shot. And important wicket there for Vala, because he's now removed the two main man at the end of this innings. Vasoka's gone for 42.
I guess a little bit of panic creeping into the Nepal batting. They're trying some different things to get the total up there, but as often happens when you start playing a little bit unorthodox, it doesn't always go the way you'd like it to. There's very few players around the world that can play that unorthodox game and do it really, really well. Obviously Glenn Maxwell would come to mind from the Australian team, and Owen Morgan, who's got some skills that he learned in Ireland, but you need to be well practiced and know that you can play that game that sort of shot in practice and play it well to be putting it in practice out in the middle.
And now we've got Regmi come in, and he can hit a good ball, but well, needs some runs towards the end of this innings. A disappointment losing both Vasoka and Khadka so quickly to the bowling of Vala. Kami going as well. Little collateral wickets towards the end here as Nepal have tried to put their foot to the floor. And well, need to get up to really 230 if they can. Vala bowls, tosses it up and to the left-hander, and Regmi plays that through the offside for 1 run.
And part of the key here is to see the PNG bowlers are actually forcing the Nepal batsmen to do something different. They're bowling good in pretty good areas, pretty good line, and making them take up the challenge, which is a pretty smart way of playing.
This next ball hit down in the air. One of them needs to call for that and doesn't, and it falls safe. So the fielding with long on and long off coming in for that. Well, I think maybe it wasn't really long off's catch, was it? Let's look at this again. Down it wasn't long on's catch. It's hit high in the air. Maybe long off should have been in for that one. And this next one's just scooped into the air. Oh! We've been talking about how good the fielding's been, and that was as straightforward as you get to Tony Ura. And well, why on earth didn't he take that one?
Hard to understand.
Fancy that one yourself, Richard, even at your advanced age.
Thanks, David. Hard to figure out what happened there. He just obviously took that very casually.
And that's one more run. It should have been the end of Regmi, but he's still there.
I mean, it was a great effort. The catch, 2 balls ago. That may well have been the long off fielder's catch. He actually made the ground and got there, and really only spilled it at chest height at the last minute. So in effect, he'd done all the hard work, and he probably should have taken that one as well.
Well, Vala, who's already taken the wickets of Khadka and Vasoka in that over, could well have had 2 more there, couldn't he? That's not impossible at all. Both the second one was an absolute gimme, and you'd want to buy a lottery ticket if you got dropped like that, wouldn't you? It's almost catching practice. 204 for 7, 2 overs left. Got to bring down your expectations now. Maybe 220.
Yeah, well, those sorts of targets always rely on keeping batsmen at the crease. Once you start losing wickets, the run rate's always going to suffer. So That's the case at the moment, but 12 balls to go, who knows? It depends. There's still a chance of picking up 20 or 25 runs, but they'll have to play really well from here to do that.
Vanuatu pitches up, hit in the air, one bounce, two bounces out to a long on for a single. I think Papua New Guinea at this stage would be happy just to run a ball.
I would have thought so, yeah. So anything around the sort of 215 mark, they'll be extremely happy. I'm not quite sure how many that will be in the last 10 overs, but I'd imagine it's not what Nepal would have been expecting.
So the acceleration that we were expecting from Nepal hasn't really materialised. We've had Sagapun building the base of the innings. And there's another possibly 2 runs. Yes, they're coming back for 2. A misfield at backward point followed by a fumble on the boundary enables them to complete 2 runs there. And the fielding has just come off a little bit the last couple of overs. Almost from the moment you sat down, Richard.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, when you start making comments about how well they've done things, and it has fallen apart. I mean, that's probably 4 misfields in the last over and a bit.
Yeah, the field had been good up to that point. So Vanuatu again, and that's good bowling. He saw the batsman moving to the leg side, followed him a little bit, and it's gone between the batsman and the leg stump. He's bowled a good length, hasn't he? In these final overs, he's got that Yorker going.
Yeah, he's a very, very steady bowler. I mean, he's got quite a bit of experience under his belt now. Been around this team for a while. The front line quick. And his job at this time is to get the ball in the right area. So he's certainly done that well.
Again, bowls that ball in the slot, but it's got away over backward point for another couple of runs.
I mean, it is a cruel game these days. I mean, if you go back a few years, you bowled a Yorker in the right spot, you'd rightly expect for it to be almost patted back down the pitch at you. But these days, they're boundary balls. The advent of T20 cricket and the inventiveness of the way I think players practice more against that sort of delivery now and expect that they're going to get it. So it's becoming almost a run-scoring ball at times towards the end.
Moving deep into the crease and also managing to usually got away square though, hasn't it? That one. That one's just shorter this time. A length ball that's just eased into the offside. Very difficult to hit a Yorker down the ground. Although I have seen it.
Yeah, Lance Klusener was an expert of doing that, but they do say that he used to spend hours in the nets with bowling machines and Yorkers and practicing hitting them down the ground. So it just goes to show if you do practice it well, then it's something you can use in a match.
Vanuatu comes in. Another full delivery, that's hit over the top. That's going to be at least another couple of runs. I think they might be looking for a third here, but the throw's on the way, so just 2 more to the Nepal total. That's the end of the 49th over. 1 over to be bowled, 212 for 7. We've got Richard Doan with us here in the commentary position, the high performance manager of the for the ICC, who has helped raise the level of cricket below those Test match nations in these 11 years.
We were all much younger, David, since the early days in Namibia. I seem to recall an Intercontinental Cup semi-final.
First time I bumped into your good self, you were awarding the trophy down there to Trent Johnson. Final over starts, and that's bowled him.
And there's a name from the...
Fella has bowled, hit the stumps there, bowl straight at this stage, you miss, I hit. And let's have a look at this again, right up there, rigged me down the wicket. Probably should have been stumped if it hadn't have just clipped the outside of the off stump. And that's another wicket for Valley. He took 3 wickets in the first game, bowling at the death. He's repeated that again today. Should have had at least 1 more.
And very brave bowling. I mean, I mentioned earlier about sort of tossing it up, giving it a bit of flight, and allowing the batsman to you know, to take the risk, and he's certainly done that very well. Asavalo did a very good bit of bowling. You do take a risk. The batsman's eyes will light up when they see that ball floating towards them, but you know, you got a little bit of turn on that one, and just as you say, clip the off stump.
Shakti Gulshan coming in now, who bowled superbly in that first game. Great mystery way he was only given 7 overs, 3 at the start, 4 at the finish. He's, I think he's their gun bowler. He's their top man for Nepal. He's going to have some work to do this afternoon, that's for sure. Vala stays round the wicket to him, and lovely little nudge down there to third man, short third man, tumbling stop. 1 more to the total, so 213 now for 8. Can they just get up to that 220? That will be a nice little psychological. I know it sounds daft, but chasing 220 to win is that much harder than chasing 218, isn't it?
All the time.
Next delivery from Vala down the pitch, and didn't get hold of that at all. There, Kami.
His confidence certainly looks like it's risen. Asavalo is bowling to 10 and 11 now, so you know he can see another wicket here.
Valo's already got 3 wickets, tosses that one up, and an attempted reverse shot from Gochin, and I think that's going to be. Did he get some bat on that? Or did it almost come off his chest, that one? Puts Alan back on strike anyway. Down at the far end, but again a good final over, and we were talking about it. Brave bowling, giving the ball some air, and the batsmen have to make their own pace off the bat. Nothing coming from the bowler. That one's a little bit quicker. It's in the air. That could well be the. That's 6. That's a maximum. That's gone all the way. And the crowd are absolutely delighted with that. They're off their feet. That's the 220, 221 for 8. 1 more ball to go. Really got hold of that one.
How brave will he be?
Mahbub Alam. What's he going to do now? Down again. Hasn't quite got hold of that one. Probably get 2 though. They'll come back for the second. Oh, and more clumsy fielding. They're going to take 3. That's unbelievable. 3 runs. The ball didn't get outside the circle, and they come back for a 3rd run. So 224 for 8. A little bit more comical fielding. The wheels fell off the Papua New Guinea fielding at the end there. So 3 more runs to Alam. He finishes 15 not out, with Gochin on 2, and 225 for 8. 232 for 8. Very similar game to Monday.
And 9 runs off the last 2 balls certainly makes Nepal's score just a little bit healthier, as you say, getting it up a lot closer to the scores that we had in the first game here a couple of days ago.
Here come the wickets. Look, there's the first, an LBW, 3rd ball of the morning, and a pair of ducks in the game there for the informed Mandel, and his opening partner Corcoran going as well in the first over. There we have Mallory batted really well, playing a pretty poor shot to finish a good innings for 36. That was the end of Sagapun, caught by Dai, and down the pitch there a big heave by the skipper Paris Kadka, but he was caught at long off. That ball right out of the middle, but right out to the boundary. That saw the end of Kami. This was really a poor shot with 2 fielders there looking for that shot. Vasorka going, and then the last man, Regni, bowled by Vala. So that's the halfway stage, 225 for 8. Just to wrap it up before we leave, Richard, PNG favourites from this stage?
You would think so. You know, although the last couple of games, obviously that seems to be around the past score. So it really depends on how well they can put their innings together early, and if Nepal can make any breakthroughs early. I think in this innings, you've seen that, the 2 early wickets get Nepal on the back foot, and they recovered and tried to rebuild, but then a loss of a couple of wickets in the middle, and they struggled to really go on with it towards the end of the innings.
Right, we'll be back to see how Papua New Guinea do chase this 226 to win. Nepal then, their innings has finished 225 for 8. Please join us later. Yep. And so, welcome back to the Sheikh Zayed Stadium here, Abu Dhabi, where Papua New Guinea are chasing 225 to beat Nepal in this second ICC World Cricket League competition. Match between these two sides. Papua New Guinea chased down 232 to win the first. Only 225 to win this one. And a couple of dot balls to start with. Tony Ower, very exciting batter at the top of the order, doesn't die wondering. Opening with him today is Legasiaka. That's driven by Ura through the offside. He's going to get at least 2, should probably come back for 3, and indeed he does. So the Papua New Guinea reply away. As I say, they're chasing 8 fewer runs than they successfully chased on Monday. Let's have a look at that nice drive through the offside. Again, just nicely on top of the ball, but no, we'll have to wait for that replay. Bowls, that's a good delivery. Threw it outside the off stump there. Cracking ball. Let's have a look at this. Beat the outside edge and through to the keeper. So excellent bowling there from Solpong. And a nick and caught, and a wicket in the first over. Legasiaka has gone. Caught by Cockerell off the bowling of Sampal. So there's Sampal Kami strikes in his first over, and disappointment there for Legasiaki, but a good catch, good low catch. Excellent start there with Sabash Cockerell taking that catch low down, both gloves on it, and just as we saw in the Nepal innings, a wicket in the first over. We saw 2 wickets in the Nepal first innings. So 3 for 1 Papua New Guinea, and that was just the blow that Nepal needed. So 1 wicket down, and well, the change in the opening partnership hasn't really worked for the visiting side here. Ray not in the team today, so he obviously couldn't open. Legasiaki, who came in at 3 last time, has been pushed up, but he has gone for a duck. So here we have Vella into bat at number 3. He was very much the star man. Very much the star man in that first game, Vella. We'll need to do a fair bit of work here. Vella. And off the mark straight away with a cracking shot backward a point, a good diving, and well, I say a good diving stop, but indeed he didn't stop it out there on the boundary. So 4 straight away for Vella. Indeed, he started in similar style in the first game in this series. So let's have a look at this again. There he goes, cracks it off the back foot. Really good timing. You've got to say a lot of looked very Australian, that shot, and a dive. Oh dear. Oh well, the less said the less said about that, the better, perhaps, from Mahbub Alam on the third wicket on the boundary down there at third man. So, well, nothing like leading from the front. That's what Paris Khadka's going to do this afternoon, opening the bowling. He opened the bowling last time with Shakti Gochan, and that was pretty successful. So, well, I'm sure this may well be as well. Khadka bowls, and that's quietly driven up to mid-off, no run. Asad Vala, Tony Ura, top of the order. Plenty of batting to come, of course, only one wicket down. But a vital early blow. Khadka bowls and Ura again watchfully pushing out into the offside. So, vital early blow. Legacy Archer caught Corkerell off the bowling in that first over of Kami for no score. Again forward comes Ura and quick single, shy at the stumps, got away with it. So, there we go, a fourth run for Ura. The man who has only faced one ball has already got four. That's the man of the match in the first game, Asad Bala. Could well be pitching for the same award in this one, I think, with 3 wickets towards the end of the innings, and obviously looking for runs again here. Important that Nepal can get him early if they can, slip in place as he clips that one firmly up to mid-on for a very comfortable single. Still having a few problems with your tweets, but if you want to tweet us in, looks as though they might be working again. Well, that is good news. So let us know where you're tweeting from, and Khadka, and that's pushed forward by Ura, and there's no run. So we've had 1 or 2 already. Talking about the wicket, Ujwal obviously likes that. Out he puts with 4 exclamation marks after it. Thank you for that. First blow against PNG, indeed it was in that last over. Ura there just pushing that up to mid-on to finish a tidy enough over. Just the 2 runs coming for it. Khadka opening the bowling from that far end, the end away from us. So the other game that's been played today, Hong Kong making another rattling good score over there, setting the Emirates 283 to win. They were in a bit of trouble, but a record 8th wicket stand, taking them up to 282, so fair enough. Much bigger target for the UAE, and there is here for Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea needing 225 to win. Kami starts his second over to the left-handed Vala, who wants a second. He's coming back for a second. So again, good running. Well, we've seen that from both sides today. Okay, it's early in the Papua New Guinea innings, but Nepal certainly ran much better today than they had done in that first game of this two. Can you have a two-match series? I don't know. These two matches anyway. A couplet of matches. Cammy. Straight approach bowls, and that's eased into the offside. Could have been a run out there. Oh, had committed himself a long way down the pitch. Valla was having nothing of it. It was halfway down the pitch, Tony Ura. Let's have a look at this, see how far down he got. He plays the ball square. He's not interested really, is he? But you could almost see Tony Ura in the picture at that stage. A cracking drive, square of the wicket again by Valla, but again, it's a good fielding. There, square of the wicket. That's Urshid Ahmed out there. That's one or two of you asking earlier why Quick Info have only listed 10 players. The player that's missing, we believe on their list, or was missing earlier, was Urshid Ahmed. Number 99. That ball's come back in. Big shout there. Confident shout against the left-handed Valla, but he's bowling around the wicket, remember. He would have to strike him in line, and I think that might just have struck Asad Valla outside the line. We'll have a look on the replay. And let's have a look. Got a long way over. Oh no, in fact it's doing too much. It's doing too much, that one. Big shout and a leg by. Bit of swing there which we didn't see when Papua New Guinea were bowling. Watch that one again. That's well outside the off stumper. Swing and a miss from Tony Ura. Would have been close. It is indeed. I was going to say it's close to being a wide. It is a wide. So signalled the outstretched arms of umpire Ravindra Salari, the Sri Lankan umpire, with umpire Buddy Pradana, the Nepalese umpire at the far end, the home umpire if you like. This is technically a home game for Nepal. Next delivery straight and defended circumspectly. Likes to give the ball a good wallop at the start of the innings, does Tony Ura. Reined himself in so far, played a lovely cover drive in the first over, but just keeping himself restrained at the moment. How long for will this be? Big shot. He's hit that one in the air between backward point and cover. That's 4 runs, but my word, bowler standing there with his hands on his hips thinking, you're a lucky fella there. That ball just about head height. Let's have a look again. He's found the gap there. No, I suppose it was safe. It was bisecting the backward point and cover. And another boundary to Ura. Nepal know that they need to get Ura early. There's no question about that, because he scores quickly if he stays. No, the Sewag of Papua New Guinea cricket, perhaps the chunky opener who hits the ball very hard. The Paul Sterling even. But, delivery again, hit square of the wicket, hit hard. That's another 4 runs. This time it's Valla. Another boundary to Papua New Guinea. And that, again, is the ball was short and wide. Just needed to find the gap. Just needed to time it. And here we are. Look, that ball short and thank you very much. Cracked between backward point and cover. Khadka comes in, bowls again, and that's just swinging into him and eased to square leg for no run. Keep those tweets coming in. WCLC, as I'm sure you know now, hashtag WCLC. And we have been getting some cracking tweets in. Somebody's asking me how many countries we'd added to our list today. I think we've added 2 or 3. So Nepalese fans all over the world. Are you going to win this game? Do you have enough runs on the board? 224 for 8. Not quite as good as the other day, and I think the fielding's a little bit better than it was. We'll see. With Paris Kadka again, looking to make another early breakthrough. Bowls to Ura, who plays across the line there, pushes that into the onside, doesn't get a run. Two for 1 there. Pitch looks to have more runs in it. It looks to be a flatter pitch than the one we played on 2 days ago. Kadka on the spot. Nothing Ura can do with that, much as he'd like to. Pushed up towards mid-on. Valor, who made 87 in the first match, determined to add to those runs today. Needs 1 more for 100 in the series. That's crashed into the offside by Ura, but he doesn't get it past extra cover. And that is the end of the 4th over. So the tweets have dried up again for the time being. Apologies for this, because I know we do appreciate the tweets coming in, and if you've taken the trouble to tweet, we should at least take the trouble to mention a few of them. Hopefully that'll be working again before the drinks break. Drinks break, of course, gives me a chance to bang the computer a few times on the desk without anybody knowing about it, and that seems to do the job. So the 5th over, it'll be Cami to continue. Round the wicket this time to the left-hander. Tucks him up, but gets that away to square leg. Pace, swing, bounce, says Momo. Sompal extracting life from a dead pitch. Incredible bowling this. So obviously got you excited there, Momo. Big 1 or 2 tweets on that LBW shout in the previous over, saying it looked close. It didn't look close. I think it was just going down leg side. Did a lot. Remember, he's bowling round the wicket as well. Kushal is saying we can, he's from New Zealand, saying we can win the game but need to take wickets before 10 overs. I think that's a good call. If these two hang around for 15, 20 overs, it will be very hard. Drive wide of mid-off, good. Tumbling stop there by Regmi. Batsman scamper through for a single. Field swaps round for the right-hander now. Need some very good bowling, says Acharya. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right there. And more tweeters from all around the world. But an edge there, just where second slip would have been. That's raced away for 4 for Uru. That would have been a straightforward chance. Straightforward chance had there been a second slip there. Let's have a look at this. Going back there, forcing off the back foot. Not sure whether the first slip could have gone for that. Very quickly. That's flicked away off the legs. Tony Aruru really punishing Nepal here. And that's away to the boundary. Sujan, who's sent some excellent tweets today, a couple of which I haven't been able to read out, but I've laughed at. Let's have a look at this again. Overpitched and 4 runs square of the wicket. Sujan says, am I the only one wondering how on earth a team can win by playing only a couple of seamers? So he'd like to see some more seamers in this Nepal side. Next ball brings forward. Couple of boundaries there, and Aaron's very impressed with the PNG batters. Evidently more aggressive and better timers of the ball. Wish we had half their aggression and timing, he says. Thank you for that, Aaron. Get in touch. Hashtag WCLC. And we'll read as many of these out as we can. It's great to have you. As somebody said, all around the world, Nepal fans, but still 70% chance of losing. That's a bit of a negative view, but possibly a realistic one. Ball on the stumps, played square, no run there. Yeah, I was saying the left arm, somebody pointed out, I'm saying he's bowling around the wicket, and it's to the left-hander, going back to that LBW shout, but if you go around the wicket, it's difficult to get an LBW. Just the science of it, the angles of it. Very quick single there, they're going through at the wrong end. If he'd have... well, I think if that throw had come in quickly to the wicket-keeper's end, we might have seen a run out there. Over's coming down the pitch and wondering. He's also Vala there ran straight down the middle of the pitch. He got in comfortably enough, but well. Safe in the end. I think the throw should have gone to the other end. On strike now, hits that on the up. That's a delightful shot. He's hit that on the top of the bounce. It's gone between extra cover and mid-off, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Cracking shot. That's the shot of the day. That, for me, that's the shot of the day. Just because that's such a difficult shot to play technically, that has to be the shot of the day. Let's have a look at this. Look at that. That ball really doesn't deserve that, does it? That's a gorgeous shot through the offside from the Papua New Guinean Sewag. Delightful strike, and found the gap. Delightful placement. How's Kadka going to reply? Bowls a straighter ball and gets pushed away for a single. I've said it, and I think most of you out there in Twitter land are agreeing that Nepal really do need to take wickets to stem this flow of runs. Wickets in the first 10 overs. Oh, that ball had a little bit of movement on it. A late adjustment by Vala. But he's okay there. 37 for 1, and we're only in the 6th over. That is not what was ordered by Nepal. Shiv is saying Nepal should take all the wickets. It's going to be hard to defend this lower score in 50 overs. They need to take all the wickets. Well, I think that's going to be a wide. That ball's gone down leg side, and indeed it is. Umpire Buddy at the far end, outstretching his arms. Saurav says, "Come on, Nepal." Plenty of encouragement, that's what they need. The fans are very quiet at the moment away to our right. Bring Shakti back. So some Kushal wants spin already. Just pushed into the onside, thought about a single, decided against it. More calls for Shakti to bowl. Gauchin, the spinner. For the time being, though, it's going to be Kami to continue. One slip in place. If we'd have seen a second slip in that last over, it could have been the end of Tony Ura. Third man, long leg, the only two allowed out of the circle. And Ura just hurrying to complete that run as the throw hits the stumps. It is indeed a leg bry. I've got to say, you Nepal fans are very critical of your team at times, aren't you? They've got a bowl at the stumps, somebody was telling me. Well, that's short and pulled away by Vala through mid-wicket. That's racing out to the boundary. Surprise delivery. Weren't expecting that on this placid pitch, but it didn't surprise Vala. Very quickly got his hands up to play that shot. And kept it down. There we go. He's done very well indeed to keep that down and played that through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So the boundary's coming too quickly here from a Nepal point of view. Next delivery there is down the leg side. That's just taken a little flick of the pad, and they'll be back for 2 leg buys. And there's a pat of the leg to signal that. Dude 23's been in touch. Dear sir, all the Nepalese supporters watching the game are not taxi drivers. You can't represent them as all taxi drivers. Well, not. But we had a group of about a dozen in uniform the other day. You'd have probably seen them if you'd been watching Dude 23. And I'm just making the point, they're not in the ground today. Next ball is driven back by Vala. No run there. No, there's lots of Nepalese fans in the ground, but no sign today of our taxi drivers. So it was a little group of about, must have been at least a dozen, probably 20 of them, all in their very distinctive taxi driving outfits. Next delivery is swinging in, and Big Shani's gone. Vala's been given LBW again from round the wicket. The umpire took a long time to think about it, but that looked to have been striking him on the line of off stump. It was pitched up, and I don't think that was missing leg, and that's the second wicket. Absolute delight for those fans away there to our right. That ball coming in, hitting him in front, and just about striking leg stump, I reckon. And the finger's gone up. Absolute delight. Look at that delight for Kami. He's thrilled. And that's the second wicket down. And that has ended that partnership that was looking Well, looking very threatening from a Nepal viewpoint. Kami's gone, LBW. And there the fans look. They're in the crowd. Absolutely delighted with things there. A couple of Nepal shirts amongst them. A couple of flags. That lad at the back, look, with the flag. He's waving the flag, but he's got a Papua New Guinea hat on. It's yellow and black. He's not going to lose today, is he? Yeah, absolute delight with those fans over there, and well should they be cheering, because that was a vital wicket. Vital wicket. New batsman coming in is Sessi Bao. Another all-rounder, of course, in this Papua New Guinea side. You can hear them now. Ooh, dear me. Absolute delight away there to our on the right hand side of the grandstand, where they're all choosing to sit there because that's behind where the their heroes are changing. Nice delivery well down the leg side, so another wide, another run to the total. Tony Ura still there. 46 for 2. Fast scoring rate, but 2 wickets down. Right arm man, the wicket to left hand, and another wide. Oh dear. That would have been a wide in a test match. He's almost bowled that on the nearby strip. Got to do better than that. New batsman in, you give him a wide down the leg side for a sighter, and then a really big side, big wide outside off stump. Very disappointing. Let's see whether he can get this one on target. That's better. Tucks up Bao, who pushes it to mid wicket, and there is no run. Somebody, the 3rd of July has been on. A question for the commentator: who are you supporting, Nepal or Papua New Guinea? Well, I'm not. I'm neutral. I have to be neutral. I'd like to see both sides win. How's that? And Madhav is on, saying we can't repeat the blunder of underusing Gorchin and Regmi today. If we're to win, has to be the spinners. Well, both wickets so far gone to Kami, and he's bowled a good opening burst. Khadka in support, about to start his 4th over. A slower ball, and that nearly does for Ura there. Just looking at the pitch, maybe that one went through low, did it? What's happened with that one? Let's have a look. No, it's Jag backing off the seam. That big seam movement. No problems there for the batsman. Antim's been on touch. He knows how to get rid of Tony Ura. We need the wicket of Tony Ura. The Sewag of PNG from Shakti the Power. So he wants Gouchin on to get rid of Ura. And he's gone over the top there. Is it just going to clear the field? A chase back there. Ura's got 2. That's all he's going to get. The throws on the way. Threw the bat at that. Got enough on it. Cleared the infield. But a risky shot there from the Papua New Guinea opener. next ball played respectfully back to the bowler. Quite a lot of you Nepal fans out there saying the spinners are going to do the job. So, Roman's very confident. Mark my words, Nepal's winning this one. I'm watching from New Zealand, New Plymouth in New Zealand. Thank you for that, Roman. Ura again defensively pushing up to mid-off. Sudip says spin is our main weapon. Let's go. Shankar, bring on Shakti. Lots of calls for Gauchin. This time Ura just eases that into the onside for 1 run. And that brings up the Papua New Guinea 50. So 50 up after 8 overs. And that's a pretty good start, but 2 wickets down. So both sides will still think they've got something to play for here. 50 for no wicket after 8. You'd think Papua New Guinea were home and dry, maybe 35 for 4, then they'd be struggling. This score very much slap bang in the middle, and of course these runs have been scored when only 2 fielders were allowed outside the circle. Somebody else asking me, have I been to Nepal? No, I haven't been to Nepal, and I haven't been to Papua New Guinea either. I'd love to go to both countries. That is a wide going down the leg side. Umpire signals again, start of a new over from Kami. Who was that asking me if I've been to Nepal? It was Sabin. Thanks for that, Sabin. Love to come someday. As long as I can get a taxi there. Seem to be quite a few taxi drivers here, but hope there's still some in Nepal. That's in the air, there's a chance here, there's the third wicket. That short delivery swung around in the air, and the third wicket goes. Papua New Guinea 51 for 3. It was there for the shot, but Tony, we'll see it again here. There he goes, Tony Ura, he's fallen again. And a good catch out in the deep. Absolute delight there from the fielders, from the fielding side. The third wicket goes. Ura's on his way for 24. And well, I would say Nepal on top now, with very unhappy Ura on his way back to the pavilion. The danger man's gone as well. Vala's gone. So well, game well in the balance, but you'd have to say tipping towards Nepal with those 2 wickets, 2 quick wickets from Kami, and all you guys out there in Twitterland talking about bringing the spinners on. Well, it's not the spinners who've been taking wickets. 3 wickets for Kami. Fabulous stuff. So are they now favourites, Papua New Guinea, as John Reaver comes out to bat? Kami again, Kami the destroyer. As that ball is pushed up to mid-off for no run. Cool heads needed at the moment. From Papua New Guinea. And that's a good solid defensive shot there. Bao practicing his forward defensive. He knows they need a little period of consolidation here, you would think. Quietly pushes that into the offside. Bowler back to his mark, 3 wickets to his name. 3 for 30, he's been expensive, but my word, 3 very valuable wickets. Cracking shot, but again, when it's not quite going for you, it's not quite going for you. And that's gone straight to the fielder. Nepal firmly on top here. One of our tweeters was saying that Nepal needed wickets in the first 10 overs. They've got them, 3 of them. And again, just quietly pushed into the offside. That brings the end of another good over from Sompal Kami. And here are his 3 wickets. Let's have a look at them again. You're going to enjoy this. First to go was Legasiaka, Little Nick, low catch. Asad Vela, LBW, plumb as you like. And then just in that over, Tony Ora not quite getting hold of that. If he'd got hold of it, it would have been well over the rails, I think. But that's the 3 wickets that have gone down so far, and the 3 wickets that have put Nepal very firmly in the driving seat. Neither batsman off the mark, Sasi Bao or Mahura Dai. They've got some work to do. Spectators quite tense. A few text messages going on. Maybe that some of them are tweeting me. That's pushed back down the wicket. This is Mahura Dai on strike. Haven't quite reached the stage of do or die yet for Papua New Guinea. Quick single, well run. Need to keep the singles ticking over. Need to rebuild this innings. 2 very big batsmen gone in Ura and Vala. These 2 batsmen are more than capable though. Elegant looking shot there. Ceci Bow on strike. Cheering everything, the Nepal fans at the moment. And why wouldn't they? Wide down the leg side. Sudip's been on Twitter. Awesome spell from Sompel Kami. Just waiting for the spinners now to rattle through the rest of the order. Slower ball. Firmly played back past the bowler. I don't think he's quite going to get to the boundary. The determined chase, it just beats the fielder out there. Just a push really, but 4 runs it is, and that's going to... let's have a look at this again, because that's not much more than a push back past the bowler, and pushed into the ground as well, so... Ceci Bow away with the boundary. You'll feel better for that. And it does rattle the score along at the 10 over stage. Remember, at the 10 over stage, Nepal were 41 for 1. Papua New Guinea 57 for 3. So well advanced at 10 overs, both in terms of 41 for 2, obviously, sorry. Yeah. Nepal, 1 more wicket, 16 more runs. And a good diving stop there. Dai thought he'd found the gap, but excellent dive at backward point. Let's have a look at this again. Excellent piece of athleticism in the field. Didn't quite time it, but I think it would have been stopped anyway. Super piece of cricket all round, really. Pushed into the offside, gone through for a very quick single. Good call by Dai. Partner responded. And the ball ticks over again. Can Sompel Kami find a 4th wicket? That really would be a great boost. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Firmly into the offside. Nicely timed, but no run. So rebuilding required at the moment in this Papua New Guinea innings. That's away off a thickish edge down to 3rd man and back for 2, so good running. Alam down there In the deep. Mahabub maybe in the back on his heels. Shouldn't have allowed them to get back for two there. Bowler won't be happy. Should be happy, he's got 3 wickets. Short, oh, and that could have been a 4th. Went for a hook again, didn't really get it, and it goes away very fine to Shakti Gauch in doing the fielding down there. So 2 more, I'm not quite sure whether that came off glove or not. Certainly bounced. Getting a bit of life out of this pitch. Let's have a look again. Oh no, he's just right off the splice of the bat somewhere, and away it's gone. For 2 runs to bow. So 3 for 33 becomes 3 for 35. And that's 3 for 35 off 6 overs now for Kami. Of course, we're into the second power play. And at the end of that over, the score, as I was saying, 62 for 3. So certainly up with the run rate, no problems there for Papua New Guinea, but those 3 wickets, a loss. Now we have what's ahead of them. 225 to win, that's 8 runs less than they scored to win in the first game. Can they get there? Cadgo continuing. He's now asked his wicket keeper, Subhash Cockrell, to stand up to the stumps. Obviously, Dye just creeping out of his ground a little bit. Cockrell calls for the helmet. Very sensible, of course. Far better to delay play for 10 seconds while that's brought on than spend a lot of money on a dentist bill. We got the dentist on our Twitter feed today. He sent a tweet in recently. Sent an excellent one in earlier. That's wide and possibly should have been punished more than a single. As the score moves on. Lots of you tweeters encouraging me to go and visit your beautiful country, and I hope I will someday. I really do. Steve's asking what's the temperature there. It seems pretty hot. Well, not sure what the temperature is today. It'll be somewhere around 28, 30. It's not too hot. Defensive push forward. Lovely time of the year here in the UAE. Particularly nice in the evenings. Lots of people sitting outside, dining in the evenings. It's 32 degrees, I'm told, in my ear, so hot enough, but not too hot. Crystal doesn't want much. 2 more wickets, then the game can be under the control of Nepal. Only 2. What about 7 more? Maybe you took that one before the second wicket. Just sent that tweet before the 3rd wicket fell. I'll forgive you. No run there. Kadka mixing it up nicely, the odd slower ball. Warble on the tweets has said Dai and Bao are Nepalese for brother and father, so no wonder our bowlers are showing them so much respect. Thank you for that one, Warble. And that's bottom edge there, going down to third man and beats the fielder. Goes to the boundary. Let's have a look at that again. I think that just came off the bottom edge. He looked to get on top of it, and not pretty much on top of it really, just hit it down into the ground. It was wide enough. Let's have a look at that there. See, in fact, it wasn't off the bottom edge, was it? So slip might have taken that. As it is, it's 4 more to Papua New Guinea. So there's the view at the end of that over, and now we are going to get a change of bowling for the first time. And this should be a test, and should keep the run scoring very much down as well. Regmi coming on. No sign yet of the man you all want to see out there in Twitter land, Shakti Gauchin. Basant Rejmi getting his field in the right spot. Regmi. The other day, expensive the other day, 4.3 overs, 0 for 28, but well, sure we'll do better than that today. Staying round the wicket to the left-hander. Clever cricket this by Papua New Guinea, just working the gaps. Field, 5 saving the 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, just the 2 men out in the deep backward square and long on. And that's in the air. There's a chance here. This could be the 4th wicket. Around and taken. That's the 4th wicket. And well, Anil Mandel is into the match, taking that catch, running around from mid-wicket. That was a daft shot to play in the circumstances. Everybody congratulating there the bowler Regmi, sorry, and that's up in the air. Long time, Mandel moving round and taking it just on the edge of the circle. And the fans getting louder now. Mandel taking the catch. So Regmi strikes in his first over. The end of die. He did die wondering. So it's now Charles Amini now on his way to the middle. Batted nicely the other day, but he's got a lot of work to do. With Papua New Guinea 4 down. Well, what do you say about that? There'll be some delighted fans, not just inside the ground, not just those guys there. I reckon several million around the world will be jumping up and down now. Not all of them listening to us, but many thousands listening to us in all parts of the world. And in total, I think we had 43 countries listening to us the other day, and we've added 3 or 4 today as well. So fantastic support from you guys out there. Thank you very much. This next delivery brings Sasibao forward. Plenty of experience in this Papua New Guinea side. They won't panic. They know they haven't got a score at a cracking rate, but 69 for 4, dearie me. Barrow gets a ball that's pitched up to him, and he pushes that back down the wicket. No run. Applause for the bowler. And the first over of spin in this innings produces a wicket. So cracking stuff here from the Nepal side, looking to level this little mini series, level these matches at 1 game all, which of course will give them their first win in the ICC World Cricket League. That was a daft shot to play from Dye in the previous over, swinging against the spin. Didn't need it, just needed to be pushing the ball around. And, a big blow. Another change of bowling, and we've got the youngster coming into the attack. With young Irshad bowled well in the first game. Round the wicket, pushes that right up to the bat, and it's played back to him. So Irshad Ahmed. Will the spin now start to put a stranglehold on PNG? Cautiously forward, Amini. He knows he's got plenty of time to play himself in.
That's the way, boys. Turning here.
Papua New Guinea up against it though, 69 for 4. Pushes that one through a little bit quicker. Men to go so far, Tony Ura for 24, Siaka no score, Vala 18 and Dye 4. A little bit shorter that time, looks for the gap. Finds the gap, but not with enough power to pierce it. Impressed with this young man the other day when he was bowling for the first time. Looks to have good control, good variation. Gives that one a good tweak.
मजाले
Could this be a maiden over? No, spoilt off the final delivery. Just the one run then, and that means Amini keeps the strike. All of you guys asking earlier who was the 11th man who missed off the some of the scorecards that are recording this. The answer is, of course, Urshid Ahmad, the 11th man, the only man who hasn't batted in both games for Nepal. Lost 8 wickets in making 232 in the first game, lost 8 wickets making 224 in this one. Don't know how Urshad come back. Regmi round the wicket. Interesting this from the left armour to the left-handed bat. Tosses it up, driven past him down to long on for a single. Won't mind that. Need partnerships, do Papua New Guinea, if they're going to get close to this total. Found the gap there, that's away, that's going to race away to the boundary at backward point. Despairing chase, but it's over the ropes. Lovely shot that. Let's have a look at that one again. Back and across goes Sasibao, finds the gap and away for 4. So he's been mostly defensive, Sasibao, but when he has attacked, he's found gaps, struck boundaries. Now he goes into defensive mode again. That ball's not there for hitting, so he'll block it. Watchfully pushing that to mid-off. That 4th wicket must have got a few more of you excited out there. Rigby round the wicket again, swept in the air, but that's away, beating the fielder out there at long leg. That's gone for 4. A little bit of a risk to that, but once it had passed square leg, it was safe. Let's have a look again. There, look. Got it away behind square, and the fielder out there who's perhaps a little bit fine for my liking couldn't get around to cut it off. So 2 boundaries in that over. That will have boosted Papua New Guinea, giving them a little shot in the arm. And that's drinks. So we'll take a break with Papua New Guinea 79 for 4, chasing 225 to win.
अकेडमी क्या दिया है अब देता हूँ ऑटोग्राफ
अलिकति 4-5 ओभर टाइट गरौँ कि 4-5 ओभर बाउन्ड्री बिना नै जाओस् कि
Anisho क्वेसन मार्क गरे ट्यागी
Second no right eh किदे सदा अलिकति यता हुन्छ अलिकति मात्र है बाइ दे
जानु पछाडि नै बस अरु सब अगाडि नै हुन्छ तिमी पछाडि बस इर्सादको लागि यार केटा हो इर्स्यो
Irsad yaar come on yaar bro
Back again, and here we go with the second over of spin from the far end. Irshad there played up to mid-on, very quickly scampered single. So they're certainly not going to leave themselves a lot to do, Papua New Guinea, scoring at this rate. 80 for 4 after 15 overs. So the thing is, if you keep going along at this rate and losing wickets, well, fierce drive back past the bowler. That's 4 runs. That's a cracking drive there. Let's have a look at this again. Okay, the ball was tossed up, but that was really hammered back past the bowler. Let's have a little look at that. Right through the ball there from Sessi Bao. And that took some retrieving. The thing is, the point I was making though, scoring runs this quickly, is that if you do find yourself in a situation 7 down, then you may only need to be scoring sort of 3.5 and over, and it makes it easier for those tail end batsmen to eke out the runs rather than having to really swing the bat. So they'll look to keep doing this. There's another single there, and very nearly an overthrow.
Come on yaar the right area is not easy yaar boys come on yaar
That's a cracking drive back from Bao. Not quite, I don't think, going to win my shot of the day from the one we saw from Tony Ura, the drive on the up. But it gets in the top 3. Chopped away this time by Amini, but can't get past the man at backward point. Regmi with his familiar hat on. A little bit short again, and this just pushed up to long off for 1 run. Shakti Gochin up there. I don't know what he's done to upset the captain. He only got 7 overs on Monday. He's not getting a bowl today yet. Keeping him for later. Delightful delivery, that one. Delightful delivery. A lot of revs on that ball. Let's have a look at this again. Look at that. Absolute beauty. And that's turned a long way, but certainly ripped it. Splendid bowling from Irshad. Going to be Regmi to continue. Six men inside the circle. 4 on the offside. 3 men out, all on the onside. There's an appeal for LBW. The bowler not impressed that was turned out, was he? Let's have a look. What happened? Oh, that's just pitching outside leg stump. Might have hit leg stump as it hurried on there. Good decision. Watchful that time from Charles Amini. He batted well. He was an important cog in that victory the other day. 35 runs before he was out to Cami. Nice defensive blow there, defensive shot. Solid. Good over that from Regmi, or will be when he finishes it, but he's been very tight at the start of this over. Regmi the man for a crisis, says Rupesh. Thank you for that tweet. I think it was more a question of Mahuru Dai not being a man for a crisis, the shot he played. Binay's been in touch. Game on, Nepalese from North Korea. Thank you very much. I think you're going to have to prove that one though, Binay. We've had several claims from North Korea. We haven't believed any of them. A selfie with yourself and Kim Jun-young, that will do. We'll take that, we'll accept that as evidence. Another run there. Getting through these overs quickly. Anish on Twitter saying death taxes and Bassam Regmi taking wickets. It's the things that are guaranteed in life. And of course Nepal fans chanting. Thank you for that, Anish. I like that one. Prakash says seamers have done their job. Now it's time for the spinners to finish the rest off. Supporting Nepal from Tokyo. Thank you, Prakash. Really enjoyed your company today, all you Nepal fans. He's through the offside for 1. Oh, Steve reckons that 4th wicket was the turning point of the match, and Nepal will win inside 40 overs now, so confident man, Steve. Daiwas, we are all loving the live streaming. Thank you, ICC. Well, thank you, Daiwas, for that positive comment. Ashley, she's saying it match state all over. Nepal winners. So plenty of confidence over there. Oh, well, it's not all over if you're going to bowl there, and that's whipped away over mid-on for 4 runs. So Sesi Bao now starting to get into his stride. Cleared his foot out of the way there, swung it away through wideish mid-on. 4 runs to Bao. Runs still ticking away. Look, it was only in the 18th over, 95 for 4. Mess. Yes, no, wait. Let's look at that again. There was a little bit of dancing going on in the middle of the pitch there. A little bit of the Port Morsey two-step. Here we go. What? Ooh. Clean pick up there would have caused problems, wouldn't it? That could have been the 5th wicket. Clumsy fielding, poor running. Again, spin outside the off stump. That is the end of the 18th over, 96 for 4, so the run rate well above 5 and over. And the game just slowly starting to tilt back into the balance. When that 4th wicket went down at 69, it was certainly in favour of Nepal, but this 5th wicket pair just starting to pull it back into the balance. Just got a tweet from Aaron who says there are over 10,000 people watching this match live on YouTube. Well, thank you very much for that. That's crashed into the offside, doesn't find the gap though this time. Good diving stop. Down the pitch, driving firmly, but doesn't beat the fielder there. Definitely showing aggressive intent now, Charles Amini. Maybe should leave that to Sesi Bao at this stage. Bao's going nicely on 33. Tossed up and driven, but comfortable single there, half stop with the foot. Don't field with your feet. Don't use your feet. Don't use your feet for fielding. That's Jonty Rhodes, one of the greatest fielders of all time. That's his #1 tip for fielding. Don't use your feet. Wonderful fieldsman. Both these sides today could have done with him at backward point. 97 for 4. Subhash Cockerell just adjusting the field slightly for his skipper. That ball's swung away to deep backward square. They've got one. Are they going to come on the arm of Gochin? They are. And back comfortably for a 2nd run. So runs coming for PNG. 4 wickets have come for Nepal. Regmi around the wicket again. And that's almost through. That's a lovely ball, that. Look at the flight on that. Lovely delivery. Just gave that one beautiful bit of flight. Let's have a look at that again. Look at that. He's thrown that right at. Oh! Spun far too much, didn't it? There is some turn in this pitch. That's got to be encouraging for Nepal as well. Regmi. And this time a very watchful defensive shot. So that brings an end to the 19th over. Haven't gone quite as quickly in this set of 10 overs. Papua New Guinea, 57 off their first 10. We've already got 42 off 9 with 1 over to go, so it's unlikely that they're going to match 57. Certainly showing aggressive intent. And of course that makes a chase easy, or easier, towards the end. Score Yuan's at the top of the innings. You don't have to go quite as quickly coming down the home straight. Sagapun now into the attack. Poor old Shakti Goshen. He must have pinched the captain's parking space or something, I think. So that's spinning away from the bat. Skipper might just be thinking that with 2 left-handers in. He's got the ball spinning away. But only having 1 left armour on at a time. Sagapun, of course, very experienced bowler. He won't let the skipper down, but dearie me. Shakti must be wondering at that far end what he's done wrong. Single there into the covers, and that brings up the Papua New Guinea 100. 100 coming up in the 20th over. So you don't have to be a great mathematician to know that's 5 runs per over. 4 wickets down now. Ura, Siaka, Vala, and Dai back in the sheds. Very watchful defence there. That delivery, another little cracker there. Lovely bowling this from Urshad. And they're bowling with good flight, good revs on the ball, not making it easy. That one again just forward, driving up to long off. Sesibao gets another single, takes the score to 101 for 4 at the end of the 20th over. So there we go. That set of 44 runs coming for the loss of 1 wicket. So the 1 wicket's fine as far as PNG are concerned, but they they're just rearranging the field here. So say the 1 wicket's fine, and scoring at 4.4 and over. Well, that's the overall rate that they need to win this game, just about. 4.45. Now we have Regmi to continue. Dropped out long off now. Mid off going back. A big swing and a miss there from CC Bao. Wants to get that sweep in. He's got the broom out at the far end, looking for the gap either side of square leg. Get it past square leg, there's runs to be had behind him. He's had a little paddle there, and he's gone! The 5th wicket He's looked to just paddle that around the corner. Soft catch for Cockerell, and the 5th wicket goes, and it's a big wicket again. Let's look at this. Just goes, look, to scoop it round the corner, gloves it up in the air. Thank you very much. 5 down, and Nepal very much in the driving seat, particularly when you think they've got 20 overs to come. 10 overs to come rather, from Sakti Gauchin if they need him. Off he goes, the top scorer to date, but he's not going to score any more today. That's the end of CC Bao. Really, that was a well, what should we say? Not the best of shots to be playing at that stage, and he must have known once it just came off the glove it was not going to be great news. So there we go, the 5th wicket down. Bow gone, Cockerell bowled Regmi, and at this stage you would have to say very much that the home side, or technically the home side here, are in the ascendancy. Here's the skipper though, he'll have different ideas. Jack Veray, he knows this is by no means, you know, an impossible task still, but with Bow gone for 36, Papua New Guinea still needing 124. Only 5 wickets left, plenty of overs, not so many wickets. Regmi to continue. Jack Veray just pushes that one back down the wicket. He can have a sighter, he can have a couple of sighters. Doesn't have to go hard at it from the word go. That ball again pushed back to Regmi. Plenty of air there, and that's spun past the edge of the bat. Fabulous bowling, fabulous bowling. Let's have a look at this again. Up there, tossed up. Oh, it's spinning. This is good news, Nepal. Tossed up again, spinning away. Not tempted this time. Doesn't even have a little look at it. And that's the end of a good over from Regmi. So Badri from the US says Regmi has done wonderfully when we needed him. So and Prakash supporting Nepal from Australia. All the best, boys. Bishal from Tokyo. Let's give Johnson a good farewell by winning this game. I don't quite see the connection there, Bishal, but I'm sure Mitchell Johnson appreciates the sentiment. Forward comes Amini driving. Rishi saying, "Dear commentator, can you please read out tweets from PNG fans? If I had any, I would, Rishi." Nepal very much on top at the moment. Single there, but it hasn't really relieved the pressure. Pradeep has tweeted a picture of him actually watching the game on his TV in Sydney. Thanks for that, Pradeep. The thought of myself and David Jukes being beamed live to Sydney is quite an interesting one. Hello, Sydney. Next delivery is pushed. Oh, a bit of a muddled run there, but they're back in their ground again. Just a dot ball, but they were at the in danger if he'd picked up cleanly. Next delivery is just pushed square the wicket for a single. So a couple of singles from that over. Beret, they're off the mark, but not a great situation at the moment for PNG. So and Dr. Dan's been in touch on Twitter with a picture of Kim with the North Korean leader there, being in a sporting scene. So if you follow Dr. Dan Draper, you'll be Dr. Dan Diaper rather. You'll be able to see that one. This one eased down to long off. That's what they've got to do for a few overs, I think. Papua New Guinea, if they're going to challenge here, but the ball's turning, it's not easy, particularly with the tail. Field being moved round by Corcoral there. Tossed up. Ease to mid-wicket, no run. Left arm round, down the wicket, and quick bit of fielding. No run. One run, sorry, no wicket there, no chance of a wicket. Sort of distracted there for a moment because the tweets have stopped again. Not your tweets, they're still coming in, but I just can't see them at the moment, so no tweets for a little while. Ray on 2. Amini 11. To the right-hander this time with a slip in place. And that hurries on to him. Push back to the bowler. Oh, there's a run out mix up, and again the throw going to the wrong end. A yes, no, excuse me there. Signs of panic setting in, you have to say, with PNG. They can't afford to let too many of these overs slip by. I think they knew they had to make runs against the seam, because this against a very good spin attack is proving difficult. My apologies for the internet going on the blink here again, so we can't read your tweets. The internet here at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium seems to need to have a couple of dirhams put into the meter every hour or so to get it going again, I think. Back, carved through the offside for 2 runs. Long boundary out there. There's generally a run on the throw from that side of the ground. 2 more to Amini. He's looking confident enough. Scored 35 on Monday in a bit of form. Ball wasn't spinning like this on Monday though. Round the wicket again. Pushed up to the forgotten man there at long off. Shakti Gauchin brings the Papua New Guinea skipper on strike. Jack Beret, wicket keeper as well, of course. Irshad bowls to him and he just eases that through the gap at mid-wicket for a single. Papua New Guinea then still just ahead of the rate, but not by very much. Should reach the halfway stage of their chase, halfway through the overs. But significantly halfway through their wickets as well, and that's the column that counts. This stage, if they were 110 for 3, they'd be cruising this. That's how important wickets are in this game of cricket. End of the over again. "24 overs gone. 110 for 5. Regmi to continue. Just dropped that one a little short. Ease through the gap. Picking off the singles will do at the moment for PNG. No heroics needed. That's the advantage, of course, of going quickly at the start of the innings. It means when they have lost these wickets, the batsmen coming in have got time to look at the bowling before they've really got to get cracking. That's a cheeky single there, and a rather inaccurate throw and an overthrow. So it may look impressive, that dive and throw, but if you don't get it right and you miss the stumps by that much, then it's just really giving the opposition an extra run. And there you go, Papua New Guinea past halfway to their target now, and we're still in the 25th over. Regmi plays that up to mid-off. Very steady bowling. Makes you wonder why he didn't bowl all his overs the other day. Even more surprising why Gorchin didn't. But, no way through there for Viray. Tosses that right up, lovely, lovely bit of flight on that, just the 1 run. And that is the halfway stage of the Papua New Guinea chase. 114 for 5 after 25 overs. Much depending on these two. They can just push the ball around, get the scoreboard ticking, maybe get up to 150. 150 for 5, and, well, Nepalese fans will be worried again. That's a wide outside leg stump. A bonus run. Bit careless that from the off spinner. Inexperienced, so we can forgive him. The occasional one. Thinking of a single there, that was never on. Back they go. I'm afraid the internet's down, no tweets at the moment, guys and girls. Beret desperate for a single. Wasn't one there, quite rightly sent back by Amini. Ah, somebody there who's got the game going on his phone. Is he watching us, do you think? Perhaps he can see himself. Oh, there I am, look. I'm on my own phone. Watching around the ground. Who knows? Very interesting. Push firmly up to mid-on. Maybe he's just done a search for the World Cricket League table and what good it will do Nepal should they win this match today. They will certainly move up, and he's wicket goes there. Should they win this match? They're almost certainly going to win this match now. That's the end of the meaning. Lovely tumbling take. Let's have a look at that again. The batsman not happy with himself. And right, they're forcing it. Maybe just stopped on him a little bit. Thank you very much, says Shadi. Yes, kick it up in the air. Well done. Delighted. And he's bowled well and deserved that wicket indeed. And that's the 6th wicket down. Papua New Guinea in all sorts of problems here. And this would be a first victory for Nepal. That would put them back level with Papua New Guinea. Were they to win this on one win from 4. Not a good position to be in, but certainly better than losing all your first 4 games. both these sides. That is a well, very important wicket fall in there indeed. So new batsman in is Hooray Hooray, the debutant. Six wickets down for Papua New Guinea, and you know what that means. That certainly means that the fans are absolutely delighted in the crowd there. Another wicket has fallen, that 6 down. And real problems here for Papua New Guinea. Soper and Vanua to come, and of course Jack Beret as well. He's there in the middle. John Reaver. Not a lot in the locker. Pleased to see Ershad take that wicket. He bowled well the other day in the first game, 6 overs 0 for 30. Deserved a wicket, and he's got one. Well deserved wicket. Charles Amini on his way back to the pavilion. Finally, we're now getting Sakti Goshen into the attack. That very sort of spring-heeled approach of his, and immediately there's a single there to the PNG skipper. The WT having a look round. Where's he going to get his runs? So Hiri on strike. To Gochin. And no run there. You'd think perhaps for the left arm he might just have a slip in place. Falls again there, and well fielded by the bowler. Gochin again. Pushed up, and there is the first run for Huey. As he scampers down to the far end. Beret on 8, 118 for 6. Good to see a few overs of consolidation here from Papua New Guinea. Oh, he's scooped around the corner by the skipper. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs here, and they'll want to come back for a third, and indeed they do come back for a third. Chased down there by Alam. $121 for 6. Ray knows that he just needs a partnership. A partnership puts Papua New Guinea right back into this game. Next delivery. Just pushed very quietly. Back to the bowler. Yeah, we're talking about that points table. You see, they would both be joint bottom with Namibia and possibly UAE if UAE don't win today. So they'd all have one win. Hong Kong have already got two, could well be on their way to a third. That would put them joint top today, along with Scotland, Netherlands and Kenya. So you'd have 4 teams. If Hong Kong win today and Nepal win, you'd have 4 teams with 6 points from 4 matches, and you would have 4 teams with 2 points from 4 matches. 8 teams, of course, in this ICC World Cricket League. Quickly sprinted single there. It'll then be for the chasing pack to try and catch those top 4. Kenya, Netherlands, Scotland and Hong Kong possibly favourites to finish in the top 4 places and, as things stand at the moment, qualify for the qualifying tournament. All that could change though. Not a lot of experience at this level, Hiri. Given his cap earlier today. One for the future, you'd suggest, but what's he going to do today? Is he going to show us some of his shots? Well, he squirted that one away, but he's just going to get a single. Anyone who's tweeted in the last 15 minutes, I'm afraid the Twitter feed is still down. Somebody asked why I wasn't reading out any Papua New Guinea tweets. Can't read any out at all at the moment. And that's paddled around the corner by Viray. He's going to pick up 3 runs. No run there. Completes another over. The over 8 speeding up a little. Less than 100 required now by Papua New Guinea. 99 in actual fact. Plenty of tweets still coming through, I'm told, in the control room, but I'm not getting any on mine at the moment. And diving stop there. You do feel that if they could just remove Viray, then it could become a very easy job to finish off. Viray standing between Nepal and their first victory in this edition of the World Cricket League Division 1. That's another run, squirted square of the wicket. This stage, I suppose you have to start to think about who you'd have as your man of the match. That ball just quietly pushed into the onside. Two men there, well, one's actually in a catching position for Gauchin. And that's again pushed to that man. Basant Regmi is just there at a silly mid-on, isn't he? Bending over, looking for the mistimed drive. Well, the ball formally on the stumps, and at the end of another over from Gauchin. .521 in Dallas, Texas, apparently, and Rikesh is watching and supporting Nepal. Thank you for that one, Rikesh. I'm getting these in my ear. I can't actually see them at the moment. Mind you, you Nepal fans have been in my ear most of the day today. So great to have you with us. Absolutely great. That ball must have got a little bit of something on there, otherwise I think that would have been called a wide. Hands on heads. But what happened there from young Ershad? Bowled well, been impressed with him. Beret taking a different guard. That's one's pushed firmly up to long on for a single. Here on the strike. Tries to force that one past the bowler. Good tumbling stop. Skipper over to offer a bit of support to his young off spinner. Back across the stumps, but can't force that one away. Sharp learning curve here for the Papua New Guinea debutant. Got that one away, but it's a scramble and appeal for a run out. No, just in. Ooh, that was close. I don't know whether we can have a look at that again. My word, that was a smart bit of work. Risky run. Look here, you think the batsman was, well, direct hit would have definitely. Good decision. Look at that. That is a good decision from the umpire. Direct hit. And Jack Veray was gone, and so was the match. But just in. Fractions in it. Good decision. Veray paddles that one around the corner. Only a single this time. Didn't quite get it fine enough. One more to the total. splendid decision on that near run out. So the score just ticking over. Not quickly enough at the moment for Papua New Guinea. 130 for 6 at the 30 over stage. That means just 29 runs and 2 wickets came from the last 10 overs. And Nepal fairly hurrying through these overs at the moment. Papua New Guinea's chances of a back-to-back victories, they've been away. Firmly struck, but straight to the fielder. The noise is non-stop now away. To our right. Little scoop shot. Oh, away for 2. $132 for 6. Jabberay's very quickly moved on to 20. Have to virtually win this himself, I think, now. And that's a very loud shout for LBW. Gochin can't believe that's not out, and I've got to tell you, I thought that was close myself. Let's have a look at this. Wonder why it wasn't given. Let's have a look. He is bowling from very wide of the crease, but oh my word. Maybe just missing leg stump. It's pushed into the offside. No run there, but well, as we always say, well worth a shout. Gochin couldn't believe it wasn't out. Only one man opinion counts though, and that's Ravindra Solari, and he said not out, the finger didn't go up. Jack Foray survives to fight another day. So there he is, the man who made the decision. Ravindra Solari from Sri Lanka. Right arm off spin, and that's eased away down to backward square for a single. Ershad starting his 7th over, he's taken 1 for 20 so far. Here he is having big problems here, getting this ball away. Got that one away though, up to long on, that's sensible. keep the scoreboard ticking. The asking rate's by no means an impossible one, of course. £135 for 6. The wickets column that's against PNG. Ball's tossed up and eased away by Veray to mid-wicket for another single. Got a drinks break coming up after this over. By the looks of things anyway, because or maybe they were a little premature down there. Pushed into the offside. Basanta says watching from Canada. I said a little premature and referee David Jukes laughed. That's pushed up to mid-wicket. I'm sure he knows when the drinks levels come in. Indeed, he's not. They're still sitting down on their seats, so they're going to have to wait at least another over. That's the match situation. Anurag says, referring to the LBW shout by Gokchin in the last over, looked absolutely plumb. I'm not really allowed to give opinions, but I'd have to agree with you. Did look very out. Just nags away, doesn't he, Gokchin? Doesn't give you any width. Gets the ball back in, hurries one on. The obvious place to hit him is up to long on for a single, but you can't do that because the silly mid-on's in place, and if you mistime it, his old mate Basan Regni's going to take the catch. If you try and force it up to long off, and skipper's going to intercept at short extra cover. You don't know where to hit him. 9 runs he's conceded, and he's in his 4th over. Try and work it square. Oh, and untidy fielding again. Can you force the pace? Another single to Veray there, but looking to force the pace. Playing that one across the line. Risk all sorts of things. Leading edges, LBWs. That ball just shaping back in. Debutant seems to be enjoying himself out there. Even if he's not exactly setting the world alight at the moment. Again, right on the money. Push back to the bowler. Last ball of the 33rd over. And again, no run. And still no drinks. Is David Jukes going to give us a clue? Oh, we might get a pass message here. He's not allowed to. He can't actually hear anything. There's an invisible barrier between us. Doing a wonderful job. If only he could get my internet working for me, I'd be very happy. Man of many talents. My computer's saying no. One more run there, Veray. I'll have to give it a good bang again at the drinks interval, but we don't know when the drinks interval's coming. They've certainly picked up the over rate anyway. Sagapun continuing to tie down these batsmen. Pushed wide of long on for a single. He really has kept it tight at that end. This game just ebbing away from PNG, getting further and further behind the rate. Driven down to long off for one. That's the end of Pun's 8th over. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. So we'll move into the 35th over. PNG here, they've got to up their scoring rate. A bit of consolidation, that's no problem. $141 for 6. Sagapun again. Tried to force him away again, can't pierce the field. Sagapun 4 overs, 0 for 10. Again, no way through the offside either. There'll be 15 overs left after this. Papua New Guinea still need 84 runs to win. It's getting up towards a runner ball. Down the wicket and out! Had to happen. Had to happen. A wicket for Gulchin. And on come the drinks. That's the 7th wicket down. Here we go, let's look at it again. That's the end of your first innings in international cricket, young man. Good catch there by Regmi. And Gauchin, as ever, absolutely delighted. 1 for 10 from his 4 overs and 5 balls, and that is indeed drinks, and what a happy position for them to be in as here he makes his way off. We'll take a short break here with Papua New Guinea slipping to defeat. Nepal absolutely delighted that they're on their way to victory. We'll be back shortly. Here we are then, ready to go. The final stage of this match should be the final knockings of the game, with John Reaver out in the middle, with well, another 84 runs required to win, and only 3 wickets left. This next delivery brings Reaver forward. And Gauchin is looking almost impossible to get away here, but he's got him way down to long off for a single there. 1 wicket for 11 then from his 5 overs. Sakti Gauchin. And the victory very much within the grasp of the home side technically in this game. This is a home game for Nepal because, of course, things not back to normal yet in Nepal. Hoping to play home games later on in this ICC World Cricket League. Maybe I'll get my chance to go to Nepal then. Fantastic. Really look forward to that. Wide outside the off stump. Sagapun been very consistent there. Next delivery brings Bray forward. I think at this stage Papua New Guinea have just got to say, right, we'll go for it. I don't think there's anything to be gained from pushing around and dying slowly. You may as well say, yep, give it the old long handle, see if we can get someone near. Quick 50 partnership. And runs at the moment have almost completely dried up. Just 13 runs in the last 5.5 overs. Beret can't get the ball away at the moment. Reaver was dancing down the wicket there. Had to be sent back. Don't quite understand Vere's tactics here. He's been in there a long time. He's on 26. Is he just wanting to see off Sagapun? Gets that one away fine. Wants a single. No, there isn't one there. Quick fielding by Regmi. And this could be a maiden over. That rare beast, a maiden over in the 36th of the innings. Ah, spoilt again. Pushed out for a single. They're going to come back for 2. They are indeed. So 2 runs off the final ball of the over. Papua New Guinea ticking over to 145 for 7 at the end of the 36th. Nepal will continue this drip, drip, drip torture of slow bowlers from each end. Very successful. Now, With the skipper on strike now, what'll his tactics be? Has to get after Gochin and does. He goes big over mid-wicket. It bounces once, twice. He's going to pick up 2 runs for that, but that's one of the areas that he's got to target. 2 runs there. Where's he going with this next delivery? Just works it square the wicket, wants a single. Weaver's going to have to hurry. Gets in. Seven wickets down, just Norman Vanua and Chad Soper to come. Possibly not in that order. Round the wicket. Onto the pads of Reaver, who just works it to mid-wicket for a single. 4 runs so far from this over, which makes it Gochin's most expensive. 1 for 14, he's in 1 for 15 now, he's in his 6th over. Pitch is up, it's driven nicely wide of the man in the deep. That's going to be 2 more runs. So all of a sudden the runs just start to pick up. That's the 150 for Papua New Guinea. 74 more runs to win. Plenty of time. Do need a couple of big overs. Again pushed wide and mid-on, just a single this time. There's the fielding is completed by Sompul Kami. Gochin bowls, a little bit of width on that by his standards, but unable to get it past Paris Kadka at short extra cover. That brings an end to an expensive over from Gochin. 7 runs coming from that over. A few more like that, and Papua New Guinea will be hoping to get back into this match. Sagapun then's going to finish off. 1 for 29 so far from his 9 overs. Round the wicket, that's swept away quite nicely by Ray, but straight to Regmi. Makes room and crashes that one through the offside. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. Step right outside his leg stump to make room there, and picks up 2. So score ticks over again. Playing a captain's innings here. 34 not out. Sagapun rolls to him, and a leading edge is just spooned up in the air towards mid-off. A life there in one sense, because if that was in the air for a long, long time. Here we go, leading edge, trying to work it on the onside. Puns after it, but he can't punish him. Reaver plays that one down wide of the man up mid-wicket. One more to the total. PNG skipper eyes one up there, but just plays it quietly enough in the end. Up to long off. No chance of a boundary there. This delivery is played into the covers. It's the last ball that Sagapun is going to bowl today. Runs required now 68, balls remaining 72, so it's nip and tuck at the moment between balls remaining and runs required. Still no internet, so still no tweets to apologise. All corners of the globe will be disappointed, no doubt, but nothing we can do about it until somebody puts a couple of dirhams in the internet slot, or whatever else they do. 157 for 7. Gochin trying to get his field right. He's now got a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Seems a long way out there. They'll probably run 2 to him. He won't mind that. Job's almost done. They just need to get rid of the PNG skipper to Nepal. Skippy little run. Wanted 2 there. Settles for a single. Sent back by Reaver. Reaver eyeing up the field. A couple of big shots here. Could put Papua New Guinea right back in the chase, but he's not going to score runs by just pushing it back to the keeper. Scored the winning runs, of course, on Monday. Coming down the pitch and hitting over the top. He hasn't done that there, though. He's using his feet. Gochin won't mind seeing that. Great excitement over there. It's the Nepal fans. They know they're going to see a victory here today, or they certainly think they are. One run up to long on. PNG just positioning themselves though for a final onslaught. Great effort by the skipper, Beret. Quicker delivery that time from Gochin, almost got through. 159.47, so 66 further runs required, 66 further balls. We've got to that stage for the first time when Papua New Guinea need exactly 1 run per ball. 2 experienced men in the middle there having a little natter. What do we do here? Well, change of bowling. Got to get after him. Zershad back into the attack. Bowled tidily enough early on. I like his bowling. Bowled well in the first game without taking a wicket. Perhaps this is his time. Kadka knows he just needs to keep his foot on the throat at this stage. Run a ball. Scoreboard ticking. It's whipped away through the onside for a single again. Bowling to his field. One more to the total. Helicopter's back. The big man's obviously finished his meeting, called for the helicopter to pick him up. Possibly David Duke's helicopter, is it? Transport back to his hotel. Sure he's been in a few helicopters in his time. Just to run a ball at the moment from that over. Well, that's all Papua New Guinea need. 60 runs from the remaining 10 overs, so that wasn't a great set of 10, it has to be said. 35 runs and 1 wicket. Coming. So after 40 overs, Nepal were 156 for 4. 156 for 4. PNG 165 for 7. And that's the difference. So important to keep those wickets intact. So we have a change of bowling here. Regmi back. Seven overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22 in his first spell. 3 overs left to bowl. I'm sure he'll bustle through those and may well pick up another couple of wickets. Papua New Guinea, I suppose at this stage they don't need to throw the bat, do they, if they keep picking up these ones? And possibly even 2s, they're looking for a 2 there, but no. Keeps them down to a single. Push the singles. Get within range, then have a dash perhaps. Are those the tactics at the moment? Plenty of flight there from Regmi. Around the wicket, down the pitch. Too long on for a single. John Reaver offering good support. That outside leg stump, spinning back into the stumps. Again, just the single. 42 now to Jack Beret. Regmi quite happy just to concede a runner ball, and then occasionally not. There's going to be a run out here if that's taken. Oh, dearie me. That's awful fielding. Let's have a look at that again. Any sort of throw to the bowler's end, even an underarm throw, would have seen a run out. Look at this. Right down to the throw coming in was way out. Just not good at all there by Mahbub Alam. Maybe he's a bit miffed he hasn't had a bowl yet. He's going to be that way, but he probably shouldn't have a bowl. So they got one for the overthrow, got another one there. And again, the score ticks over. 170 for 7, 55 or 54. It's above 1 and over now. Above 1 and over, above 1 a ball now. Picture of the bridge in the distance. Will PNG get over the bridge and win this game? Looking unlikely at the moment. These two are doing a sensible job though. Ray on strike, and a change of bowler from the far end. Familiar figure back into the attack. 3 overs left to bowl. Gochin looks as though he's going to bowl his allocation today, perhaps. Bray making a little bit of room for himself and then pushing it firmly back. Ball ease square of the wicket. Skipper's thinking of 2. John Reaver's only having the single. He's just got that look about him that, yeah, I'm going to get after this Gochin fella. He doesn't spin it much, does he? I'll have a go, Skip. Eyeing up the leg side field. Big shot here, perhaps. Oh, certainly went for it, but drove it straight back to the bowler, and it's a tumbling stop. We did see some wonderful emotion towards the end of Monday's game from Gochin when he took a wicket, had a catch dropped. Quickly through for a single there, probably a leg by. Let's have a look, see where the umpire is signalling. Yes, he is. Scoreboard still ticks over though, so well within scope at the moment. Papua New Guinea were 172 for 4. You'd say they were home and dry. It's just those 3 wickets. Very important 3 wickets. And some of them, the way they've got out, be kicking themselves. Both games, really. Eased into the leg side. This time they are going for 2. These fielders right back on the boundary. And a gentle little push. And that brings 2 runs for Beret, who's to 46 now. Closing on the first half century for Papua New Guinea. Balls again, and that's pushed to extra cover, no run. So Gokchin bowls another tidy over. Hard man to get away. Doesn't appear to do a lot with the ball. 174 for 7. Again, that tie is just, in terms of runs per over, it's just creeping up again. 51 required from 8 overs. Sooner or later you feel have to have a couple of big overs. Don't need it yet. Can still tick along, 4, 5 and over. If the chance is there, go for it. That's the answer there. That one is missed time, really. He was looking for a big shot there, but deceived by that delivery from Regmi. Left arm round the wicket, loads of experience, and down the wicket this time comes Reaver. Just gets the single down to long on. 2 overs left, including this one for Regmi. 2 overs left for Gauchi. And who will we see to finish off? Well, one of them I'm sure will be Paris Khadka. That's short, and oh, he'll feel he missed out there. That was a poor delivery, a rare poor delivery, and he got a very cheeky overthrow there. Well run, but again, poor cricket in the field from Nepal. Maybe just the odd sign of a few nerves creeping in now. The target down to 48. 48 from 7.5 overs. Well, you wouldn't think that was too difficult. 2 can stay in. Just keep their heads here, keep batting. Next delivery tossed up, but he can't get it past mid-wicket. 177 for 7. You feel as though the skipper's setting himself for a big one. But instead he tickles it round the corner. He's going to pick up 2 runs here as well. Back to complete his 50. Well batted, Jack Beret. Well batted, Jack Beret. What an excellent knock that is for your side. 50 not out. That 50 coming off 82 balls, so not the quickest. But, sorry, off 68 balls. And a very valuable innings whilst his team is... there we go, he's been in 82 minutes. So, well worked innings. He's moved the ball around well, hasn't probably hit as many boundaries as he'd liked. That's Push to mid-wicket, no run. So, well, better late than never. It looks as though we might have some internet back if we keep our fingers crossed. See what tweets you've been sending us. Bit of a delay here. Batsman getting attention. Don't want to speak too soon about the internet. We've looked as though we've had it back before and it hasn't been there. So would be nice. There's the equation. 46 runs required, 42 balls remaining. No, I spoke too soon about the internet. Okay. The fans are a little bit quieter, a little bit of tension you can see creeping in there. They're thinking, well, Papua New Guinea getting quite close to this. 46 runs, 42 balls, a couple of boundaries, and Jack Ray going well. John Reaver giving him support. And 79 for 7. They are dedicated fans. I think anywhere you had a game played anywhere in the world, or perhaps on another planet somewhere, if Nepal were playing, their fans would turn up. They're always around. If it came to a contest for the most fanatical fans in world cricket, I think the prize would go to Nepal every time. Absolutely marvellous support for their team. We're turning to pace. Pace is back on in the shape of well, changed ends. He was on at this grandstand end earlier. Kami, he's going to finish off bowling from the far end. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Here he goes again. Kami bowls, and that's sort of swung away, didn't get hold of it. He's looking for the gap over mid-wicket, out to deep mid-wicket. Just gets it up to long on. One more. Nepal need a wicket. I need the internet. Push back to the bowler. Shadows starting to lengthen. Not going to be a problem tonight. Does get dark here pretty early. Here he comes again, down the wicket, and that's an almighty thump, and that's gone past mid-off, and that's 4 runs. Super shot there from Jack Veray, and again, exactly what was needed. Let's look how well he uses his feet here, down the pitch and crash. Once that got past mid-off, no point chasing that. So again, Papua New Guinea just inching towards that target. This next delivery on leg stump, eased into the onside, just the single, the man out covering. Perhaps feel he missed out there because there is a big gap between fine leg and almost deep mid-wicket. Clip that back with a square, there would have been another boundary. Any of you Nepal fans getting word? I wish I could communicate with you on Twitter, I really do. A few nerves out there, I'm sure. Where's this next wicket coming from? Crosses stumps and clips that up towards long on, doesn't beat the diving Paris Kadka. And there you can see the shadows starting to lengthen. And well, if the shadows are lengthening, certainly the fingernails among the Nepal fans won't be. They'll be shortening as we speak. 39 runs, 36 balls. We're in for another cracking finish here. If these two can stay together. Having a little chat now, they're probably saying to themselves, yeah, let's just nudge it around, nurdle it around. 24 off 3, we can get that. To get down to that score, we need 15 off the next 3. That's not impossible. Just keep working it, hit the odd one. And it could all suddenly start to look difficult. What are they going to do with this man, though? The gun bowler's back on. Shakti Gochin. Little skip, familiar skip in bowls, and that's pushed firmly, but straight to extra cover. He does wear his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? He goes out and thanks cover for that diving stop. That's why the fans love him. Can he take that wicket? What sort of celebration will we see if he does take the wicket? Down the pitch there, and Jack Reaver just easing that one up to long on. Again, sensible batting from the Papua New Guinea number 9. Well, number 3 on his back, but he's batting at number 9. This could be the contest that decides it. Gulchin bowls, and oh, just out of reach there. Jack Verrey lifting that over extra cover, a despairing dive, but a dive in vain there at extra cover. Let's have a look at this again. He's just picked his spot, he's just lifted. Oh, look at that, so close. Gulchin again bowls, and that's swung away fine, but only the 1 run. Well, he might decide to come back for 2. No, Regni's recovered, got his throw in. So that's 4 runs off the over. What are we going to see this time? Reaver on strike very sensibly, down to long on. There's the 5 off the over. That means the target's not going to stretch too much. The runs per over's not going to stretch too much. Look at that now, 34 runs. 5 overs and 1 ball left. A sweep shot there, that's runs, that's going away towards the boundary. Well, diving stop, it's not going to help. That's gone for 4. And Jack Verrey is just taking his team close to what would be a remarkable victory here if they were to pull this off. Let's have a look at this. He's got down early, he's made good contact, and there's a big gap down there. If you can get it past the man who's inside the circle, not even worth a dive in the end from deep backward square. Wow, we've got a game on, 30 from 30. Run a ball. What do Nepal do from this stage? Because, well, another 6 runs off this over, and you'd have to say Papua New Guinea are favourites again. It's only that wickets column against the Pacific Islanders. Time for Cammy to come up with his 4th wicket. Bowls to Reeva. Reeva hits that into the ground. It bounces up for a single. What a cracking game of cricket. What 2 superb games of cricket these have been between 2 very equally matched sides. Gosh, this is good stuff. And that is swung away towards deep mid-wicket by Varay. He's got another boundary. He picked his spot there. He decided where that was going to go. He's middled another one. My word, that brings up the 200. Papua New Guinea 200 for 7. Would you believe it? He targeted that area. He knew where he wanted to hit this. Look, there's no way he should be hitting that over there. But he's got it out of the middle of the bat. And now if they play it sensibly, it's less than a run a ball. Quick single there, a shot at the stumps. And, well, fielder in quickly off the boundary. Good backing up, good cricket all round. 6 runs so far off this over, and it's only half an over. .24 off 27, you'd back the batting side to do that. That ball's hit firmly but straight. 2 backward points, so 24 now off 26. I'm really enjoying this. I know you guys listening around the world, whichever team you're supporting, you're on the edge of your seat. Fabulous game of cricket. What a great advert this is for the ICC World Cricket League. That ball struck back down the ground. It's going to be at least a couple there. Racing back to complete 2. 203 for 7. 22 runs required from 4 overs. Oh, this is well ahead, and sure Jack Varay is just saying steady, steady, push the ones. Khadka saying let's have a wicket. Oh, a wide ball. That does not help from Cammy. That does not help the Nepal cause at all. Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie. And that was a dangerous ball to bowl as well, because the fine leg is up inside the circle. A little tickle on that. That could have been more expensive than just the one he's given away. Tired looking delivery that. 204 for 7. Cammy bowls, and that's driven straight back. There's a cheer in the crowd who thought that might have been a catch, but no, it wasn't. It's a dot ball. 21 runs required, 24 balls remaining. Wow, what a game of cricket here at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium in Abu Dhabi. Who would have believed this? Sensational partnership from these two. We've got drinks coming onto the field. Bit of advice. I don't think they need any advice. They've played this absolutely superbly, these two. Slowly to begin with, and then starting to get into their stride. A couple of big hits, nothing elaborate. Good targeting of that mid-wicket boundary. Problems here for Paras Khadka. Who does he turn to? Well, the answer initially is Basant Regmi, who's only got the 1 over left. What's he going to do? 2 for 32 so far from his 9 overs. 4 overs left. I'm sure Khadka himself's going to bowl at least one of those, possibly 2. Cammy can bowl 1. Gouchin can bowl 1, and one of them certainly going to be bowled by this man, Basant Regmi. Wicket. That's what Nepal need. They need a wicket. Got to break this stand. Rigby bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from the skipper. He got a little bit of bat on that though, my word, that would have raced away to the third man boundary. Only a short third man there. Got to be careful if he's going to bowl there. It's Bassett Regmi. And across his stumps, pushed into the onside. They're coming back for two. That's excellent running there. Good throw, but John Reaver was sailing home. A Reaver. There he was really charging down on that home run. So the target now less than 20, 19 runs. 22 balls. Crowd now have gone a little bit quiet over in the corner. That's a little paddle round. That's going to be at least another couple. And, well, I think if they'd have put the foot down, they could have come back for a third there, but settled with two. That keeps the skipper on strike. Super innings this from Jack Verrey, starting to blow a little bit, as is John Reaver. Paris Kadka, he's the man with the problems. He's having a word now. What are we going to do with this field? Well, we'll put a man very fine to stop that little paddle shot. And that's an extra man now on the leg side. So 5 on the leg side. 2 saving, 1 on the offside. I think he's got to put a bit more pressure on than this. There's a single most areas at the moment. And there's another single there as that's pushed into the offside. And target comes down by 1 more. 2 balls left in this over. 20 balls left in total. 16 runs required to win. You would have to say Papua New Guinea are favourites at this stage. Come on, Nepal, what have you got? Let's see it. Pitched up, that's hit in the air, that could be, just wide of long on. A run round there from Sagapun, but he wasn't going to get there. And that's 1 more to the target, or towards the target. That puts the skipper back on strike. Verrey on 68. He's right across his stumps there, trying to work that on the onside. Through, misses it, but that's the end of Bassett Regmi. His 10 overs, he's taken 2 for 36. So done a pretty good job for his skipper. Skipper now turning to his other left arm spinner, who's got an over left. I think we're pretty certain we're not going to see Ershad back in the attack. I think we'll see a couple of overs from, well, 1 certainly now from Gauchin, who'll finish his 10 overs. And then 1 each from Kadka and Kami. They'll be the men to finish off for Nepal. What have they got left? 18 balls, 15 to win. Wow, what a great finish again. Goes down the wicket, targets mid-wicket there. Perhaps a little bit unnecessary, but well, 1 more to the total. Maybe Reaver saying, well, maybe I'll go for a couple of big hits, Skip, because you're going to get there on your own. 14 to win, 17 balls left. Desperately need a wicket, and if there's a man who can take a wicket, and then, oh my word, I can't even think what the celebration will be if Gauchin takes a wicket at this stage. That's pushed into the onside, just the 1 run. Sorry, into the offside. Getting too excited here. Wow. This really is one of the great 8th wicket partnerships in limited over cricket. If they can pull this off, oh, you'd have to wonder. 4 balls left for Gouchin. What can he do? That's hit straight back over his head. That's going to go all the way. No. Good effort down there in the deep. Just the 2. Sensible shot though, safe shot. Hit it over the bowler's head. No chance of a catch. There's not a lot of talking going on at the moment. That's from wide of the crease, and that's hit very straight, but not quite hard enough. Gouchin again. Again, makes space. And well, we can say that's a misfield. I think he did well to get his body behind it. There, Sagapun. That's hit him on the chest. He's got something behind it. If he'd missed that, that would have been out to the boundary. That could almost have been the game. 10 to win. What a game of cricket this has been. You still think it's got a twist in the tail. You still think there's a wicket there somewhere, and Gouchin could do it yet. And that's a dot ball. Need a couple more of those. 10 to win. 2 overs and 1 ball left. What do? Do you just see out Gouchin? He's a danger man. Beret's done everything right. 69 to him. What does he do here? Sensibly eases it down to long on. Reduces the target to 9 runs from 2 overs. And that is the end today for Shakti Gouchin. He's gone. His 10 overs have been completed. 1 for 36. Not his 1 for 38 there. Not his best bowling by any means today. Less than 4 and over though. Well, great stuff here. Are we going to see more from Cammy? Are we going to see some from the skipper? Will the skipper save himself till last? Who's he going to put on? He's really staring down the barrel at the moment, Paris Khadka. And he's going to... well, this is interesting. This is interesting. This is the lad we didn't think we'd see again today. The off spinner. We've seen just 10 dot balls in the last 9 overs. Thanks to that for Mr. David Jukes, who's proved useful at last. We've got to the 99th over of the day. Thanks very much, Jukesy. Oh, he's got all his stopwatches going. Are we ahead of the rate? Are they bowling in time? They're okay. Hand goes up there. I'm not allowed to know that. 9 to win. 12 balls remaining. So the off spinner. Can he make a name for himself? That's a dot ball. 9 from 11. Fabulous stuff. God, this is a gamble by Khadka. I know Khadka's going to bowl the last over himself, but it might not go to the last over if this lad gets a couple in the wrong place. Nerves of steel you need for this. Nerves of steel. Come on. In he comes. Just drags that one down a bit. Oh, and that's another dot ball. Ooh, would you believe it? Arshad Ahmed. They're not panicking, the Papua New Guineans. The field, just 4 men inside the circle. In he comes again, bowls again, and that's driven back to him, and that's another dot ball. This really is marvellous from the inexperienced off spinner. 9 from 9 now. That advantage has ebbed away. really just does need a run from somewhere for Ray. That's pulled down. He's got a run there. He's tapped it into the onside. He's only going to take one though. Skipper's back. Sliding stop. Captain's patting himself on the back at this stage. Got that right. Brought the youngster on. Wow, 8 from 8. What a great game of cricket again. 2-wicket victory with 3 balls to spare in the first game. This one could be even closer. And that's, moved outside off stump, took an almighty heave at it, and now the rate is back above 1 run per ball. 8 from 7, just 1 run has come from this over from the young off spinner. This is fabulous. What a good piece of captaincy. He made a couple of tactical errors on Monday, but he's got this one spot on as he bowls there, and that's hit into the offside. That's going to be a couple of runs. That's going to bring the target back to a runner ball. 2 runs there. 6 runs required for the final over. Well bowled indeed. Irshad Ahmed, take a bow. 3 runs off that over. You couldn't have asked for a better penultimate over. Wow, that really is good from the inexperienced Nepal off spinner. 0 for 25 from 5 overs, but my word, the most important of those overs was the last one. 3 runs. Very good stuff indeed. The batsman didn't really seem to have a plan against him. 6 overs left. Who is it going to be to bowl the final over? Well, who else would it be? Paras Khadka. Well, he's got to really keep them down to what? 4 runs, hasn't he? 5 runs and it's a tie. That's a point each. 6 runs, obviously. Papua New Guinea win it. Oh, where does he set his field? What's he doing here? He looks as though he's got nobody saving a single. He's obviously got to have 4 players inside the circle. At the moment he's got 5 inside the circle. So he's got 3 men saving 1 on the offside, but they're right back on the ring. So whether they're saving 1 or not, you'd have to question that. He's sending long leg back. Okay. So 3 men. You've got a short third man, backward point, extra cover, saving 1, long off out. Those are the 4 men on the offside. Got to really target the offside, you would think, as a batsman. On the onside, there's a mid-wicket and 4 men on the boundary. Here comes Khadka. He's targeted the offside. He's found the gap. He's found the gap through the offside. That's away down to the boundary for 4. And there's high fives going on in the middle. They're not quite home yet, Papua New Guinea, but this is an extraordinary victory. If it comes that just short of length, he's made space. That's where he had to target the offside. He's found the gap. Had to be 4 runs there. And now with 5 balls left, they've got to bring the field in. You can't leave the field where it is at the moment. 1 run ties it. Just got to push 1 anywhere. Will he go for another boundary? Khadka bowls to him. He looks there. They've gone. They set off for a single. Oh, the ball misses the stumps, and the runs are tied. If that ball had hit the stumps, forget about it. You were on your way there. Oh dear. Let's have a look there. Oh, there's as if to say we've got those runs level, Skip. But my word. I was gone there, wasn't I? He's saying so, and Jack Reeve was saying to him, yes you were, and Jack Reeve was saying, well, here we go again. I hit the winning runs on Monday, do I hit them again today? The answer is not yet. 3 balls left. Scores level. That's at least 1 point for Papua New Guinea. Dearie me, what an amazing stand this is. A partnership of 83 runs. They were dead and buried. He's pushed that into the offside, set off for the single. The throw comes in, and that is it. They've won with 2 balls to spare. Excellent throw, hit the stumps, but Riva was home. Riva. He's played his part in the most amazing partnership here. 84 runs those two have put together to win this. 141 for 7 to 225 for 7. Jack Riva and particularly, John Riva and particularly Jack Verret take a bow. That is superb batting. 75 not out to the skipper. He's the man of the match. And Papua New Guinea have won the second game in 3 days with Riva 31 not out at the end. Those two adding a remarkable unbeaten partnership of 84 runs to pull that off. They didn't ever have to go at breakneck speed. They could play themselves in. There the players shaking hands. The Papua New Guinea players must be elated. The Nepal players absolutely devastated with that. They got the game won. It was 141 for 7. Papua New Guinea needed 225 to win. You don't win from that position. What happened? It all went wrong. And Papua New Guinea pick up the win. They move on to 4 points. They're within touching distance of the leaders at the top of the ICC World Cricket League. There are the umpires. They're thinking to themselves, what a couple of fantastic games of cricket we've seen here at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium over the last 3 days. Papua New Guinea winning the first game by 2 wickets, winning this by 3 wickets with just 2 balls to spare. Paris Khadka walking off the field. He's thinking, what on earth have we got to do to win a game in this World Cricket League? Unbelievable finish here with 2 balls to spare. The first game was 2 wickets with 3 balls to spare. This was 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare. And you don't get 2 closer matches than that. But what a partnership. Jack Verret, the captain, 75 not out. John Riva, 31 not out. The number 9, they can't believe it. Look at them. They've got out of jail there. They know they've got out of jail. Their second victory. And, well, the Nepal team have already left the field. They're absolutely devastated by that, and so they should be. They thought they'd won the game. So there we have it. Papua New Guinea, 225 for 7. Beating Nepal, 224 for 8. So Nepal won the toss again here this morning. They lost 2 wickets in the first over, but rebuilt from that. 58 to Khadka from 81 balls, 5 fours, with Sagapun making 47, Mala 36, Visorka 42, and they managed to get up to 224 for 8. And one stage that looked as though that was going to be more than enough. Here are some highlights of that match-winning partnership of 84 runs between John Riva and his skipper, Jack Verret. Verret just managing that particular shot over mid-wicket. He targeted that. That was a real shot that said, okay, this is where the momentum changes. Those are the boundaries. That was the one in the last over, and here's the winning run, despite that throw hitting the stumps. He was out, and look at the delight there from Verret. And there they are, the end of the game. The players shaking hands, and the team now having their photo taken. The winning team, 2 victories in 3 days for Papua New Guinea, but they'll know they've been in a game there. 224 for 8, as we told you, for the Nepal innings, and then that response from Papua New Guinea. Early runs from Tony Ower, he got 24. Sessi Ball got 36, but it really did look dead and buried for them at 141 for 7. Then we saw the partnership of the match. Jack Verret, the captain, leading from the front, 75 not out. Great support from John Riva. 31 not out to him, and that says it all. Congratulations, PNG. 2 victories here over Nepal. Nepal will bounce back, I'm sure, but PNG at the moment take the plaudits. That's it from the Sheikh Zayed Stadium here. Thank you very much for your company over the last 2 days. Sorry we've not been able to get any tweets in the last hour or so, but you've been brilliant company, and hope you've enjoyed this coverage from the ICC. Victory then to Papua New Guinea by 2 wickets in the first match, 3 wickets in the second match. And it's good night from me, David Townsend.